Chapter 1087. Above the battlefield, there was a magic airship that had been floating 800 meters above the ground since the battle began. Whether it was Rhaegar or Great Magician Yale, they didn't notice it at all. There was no other way because it was flying too high. If one looked at it from the ground, this magic airship that was close to 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide was just a black spot in the sky that wasn't that remarkable. This magic airship came from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards, and its mission was to act as a lookout. Before the St. Joan army entered the Kingdom of Ruhr, it had already noticed the traces of the St. Joan army and had been silently following them in the sky the entire time. St. Xiao's army's every movement was observed by it. It then turned them to a valley about 5 kilometers southwest of the mountain. In this valley, there were 20 new magic bazookas lined up in 2 neat rows. The mountain pass was no longer filled with the sounds of the magic bazookas. Rather, it was peaceful again. There was smoke coming out of the muzzles of the 20 magic bazookas, which was the high temperature of the muzzles burning the impurities in the air. Hey, those fellows from the St. Joan army have already run out of attack range. The captain of the 2nd Artillery Regiment under the new Flyer Guards, Blunt, muttered in a dissatisfied voice into the magic communicator in his hand. Those cowards, I haven't had my fill yet, and they've all run away. There was a helpless voice that came from the magic communicator. I say, Blunt, are you really planning on killing them all? Do you know how many magic cannonballs you've wasted? Not mentioning anything else, just now, didn't you already exceed the limit? When you go back and make your report, it would be strange if Captain Hart didn't scold you. Hey. Blunt scratched his head and gave 2 dry laughs. You can't blame me, who told this thing to be so easy to use. The magic cannonballs are so fast that they can't be stopped at all. Look, before anything happened, I shot out 100 of them. 100. The voice from the magic communicator was filled with surprise. Z, you really are good, Blunt. Captain Hart gave you a limit of 100, but you're good. You threw them all out without leaving a single one. Let me tell you, the next batch of supplies will arrive tomorrow. You can take care of it yourself. Anyway, my mission is finished. I'll bring my brothers back to rest now. But Lebro, you still have many things to do. You can't go back and rest like me. After saying this, Blanco hung up the communication and waved his hand forcefully. Brothers, it's time to pack. Blunt of you, blunt, blell, blunt, 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 blunt. After letting out a sigh, Lebro turned to look at Kandashenko, who was sitting in front of the communication station. Blunt, 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 blunt. Kandashenko raised his hand in a triumphant gesture to Libro. The news from the other sides is all good news. The other 3 front armies of the Kamla Empire have been defeated, and the remaining 2 will be in attack range soon. If nothing unexpected happens, they won't be able to run. Very good. Send the battle report back, and then we'll follow the plan and head to... Blunt walked in front of a giant round table in the center of the magic airship. There was a giant map of the Kingdom of Ruhr made of light on the table. Blunt looked at it for a bit before pointing at the upper right corner of the map. Head to the 11th district and try to get there in 2 hours. Then form a magic airship formation with the 13th, 17th, 36th, and 47th airship groups and wait for the next order. Yes. There were orderly sounds of acknowledgement from the magic airship. The magic airship turned in the air and flew off in a northeast direction. After a while, the magic airship had already disappeared into the horizon, leaving the battlefield far behind. Hashtag around 250 kilometers to the northeast of the battlefield where the St. Joan's army had been routed, there was the largest plain in the north of the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Indra Plains. These plains occupied the entire north of the Kingdom of Ruhr, being over 500 kilometers from east to west and over 300 kilometers from north to south. If they wanted to enter the Kingdom of Ruhr from the north, they couldn't go around these plains. According to the estimates of the Kamla Empire's army headquarters before this operation, since the Kingdom of Ruhr was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, they would give up on the plains to the north and retreat to the Amlis Mountains to the south of the Indra Plains. But when the 2 main armies of the Kamla Empire's 3rd Front Army entered the Indra Plains, they had only gone 50 kilometers before finding traces of the Kingdom of Ruhr from the reports of their scouts. Are the Ruzan people crazy? The commander of the left wing of the 3rd Front Army, the commander of the Golden Eagle Cavalry Regiment, Gerald knit his brows as he revealed a confused look. On these endless plains, could it be that they think they can stop our army? The commander of the right wing of the 3rd Front Army beside him, the commander of the Scarlet Sun Regiment, Nerarov, had a serious look. He shook his head when he heard this. Gerald, you can't look down on the Ruzan people. Don't forget, the brilliant regiment was almost completely wiped out by them, and even that fellow Anisur died in battle. We should be careful. Che, that waste Anisur only knew how to show off with the 3,000 heavy cavalry his ancestors left him, but he forgot that the heavy cavalry didn't represent everything. Now not only is he dead, even the 3,000 heavy cavalry are finished, and his family will be finished as well. Nerarov looked at Gerald with a bit of dissatisfaction. Although he didn't have a good impression of Anisur, who was too arrogant, now that Anisur was dead, and even the brilliant regiment under his name had been completely wiped out, as a young high-ranking officer of the Kanla Empire who was around the same age as him, he couldn't help feeling a bit sad. No matter what, we should still be careful. The Kingdom of Ruhr's army has always been supported by the New Flyer, so I think that they should be equipped with quite a few good military magic machines. So we shouldn't underestimate them because they have fewer people, otherwise there won't be any good results. All right, I'll pay attention. Don't worry, I'm not joking. Gerald raised his hands to show that he really meant it. Gerald raised his hand. I've seen the power of the military magic machines more than you. Even the things that those guys in the military headquarters made by imitating the New Flyer's military magic machines are so powerful. How can I underestimate the Kingdom of Ruhr's army that has the authentic Shinfei brand of military magic machines? Well, it's good that you know. Nerarov nodded. Like Gerald, he should be regarded as a new generation in the military headquarters. He was one of the generals who knew more about military magic machines and supported the reform of military magic machines. They were more familiar with the impact of military magic machines on an army's combat effectiveness, and even the change of the entire war pattern than many old generals in the Kanla Empire's military headquarters. They also accepted it faster. Based on their persistence and hard work, the Golden Hawk Knights and the Red Sun Regiment that they led respectively could be said to be the 2 regiments of the Kanla Empire that invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr this time, equipped with all kinds of military magic machines. Take Gerald's Golden Hawk Knights as an example. Although they were still a knight regiment in name, other than having some horse carriages in charge of logistics, the Golden Hawk Knights didn't even have a single horse. Currently in the Golden Hawk Knights, they had a total of 67 large transport magic cars, 103 large magic armor vehicles that were modified from the large transport magic cars, 30 genuine 60mm magic cannons from the New Flyer, and 100 imitation 60mm magic cannons from the Kanla Empire's military headquarters. Adding in the 3,000 magic repeating crossbows and 800 individual magic rockets, it could be said that in terms of firepower, there wasn't a single Kanla Empire's army that could compare to the Golden Hawk Knights. This was reflected in the military drill that the Kanla Empire held at the beginning of this year. The Golden Hawk Knights had displayed their powerful attack power in the drill, and most of the regiments couldn't resist them at all. As for the Red Sun Regiment, they were one of the few regiments that could resist the Golden Hawk Knights. Compared to the Golden Hawk Knights, the Red Sun Regiment had much fewer magic cannons. They only had 60 single-barrel magic cannons from the Kanla Empire's military headquarters. But the Red Sun Regiment had a shocking 500 large transport magic cars. Each large transport magic car could at most hold 50 people, so the Red Sun Regiment's 20,000 people could all sit in the large transport magic cars and travel at high speeds. It was because of this that the Red Sun Regiment and the Golden Hawk Knights were chosen as the vanguard of the 3rd Front Army. What they cared about was the powerful attack power and mobility of these 2 regiments. Nerarov and Gerald were confident in their regiments. As for how effective they would be against the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, it would depend on their performance in the upcoming battle. Chapter 1088. 20 minutes later, The Golden Hawk Knights and the Red Sun Legion continued to move south for more than 10 kilometers before they saw the kingdom of Ruhr's army in front of them. Gerald picked up the binoculars and looked ahead. He immediately frowned. In the army of over 10,000 people in front, there were mainly the flags of the Red Sun Kingdom. But what really caught Gerald's attention was a flag that wasn't complicated and had a very simple design. There was only a single flag with half a wing embroidered on it. On the sign's continent, there wasn't a single person who didn't know what this flag represented. It was the New Flyer. The New Flyer Guards also joined the battle. Gerald's expression was slightly solemn. When we set off a while ago, the New Flyer didn't make a specific statement. How come they have already sneaked in? What's so strange about that? Nararov rolled his eyes. This time, we are obviously going for the New Flyer. If they don't send their guards to join the battle, will they only join the battle when we reach the Principality of Constantine and the New Flight Commerce main base? Gerald smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just meant that if the New Flyer Guards on the other side sneaked in, I'm afraid that today's battle won't be easy. We will meet them sooner or later. If we meet them earlier, we will have more opportunities to understand them and deal with them in the future. Nararov also picked up the binoculars and observed the situation on the other side. He also frowned. All the countries on the continent say that the New Flyer Guards are very powerful. But in fact, for so many years, the New Flyer Guards have only fought a few times. I don't know how powerful they are. That's why I hate this kind of guy who I can't figure out at all. But the Kingdom of Ruhr's army has only received a little support from the New Flyer, and their combat power has already become so strong. You can imagine the combat power of the New Flyer Guards. Gerald sighed and looked a little distressed. Besides, it's not like you don't know how powerful the military magic machines New Flyer sold us are. Our old toys won't be able to withstand them. And I'm sure that New Flyer will only sell us some low-level military magic machines, or even military magic machines that have been eliminated by them. They will definitely keep the really good stuff in their hands. That's obvious. Nararov spread out his hands, looking equally helpless. Who told the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to be the only company in this world that can make these things? They looked at each other in silence for a while. Suddenly, Gerald wiped his face and spat on the ground. Bah, the battle hasn't even started yet, so why are the two of us constantly lowering our morale? The Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guards are definitely strong, but we have more people than them in the end. Then again, we also have military magic machines, so if they dare fight us on the prairies, we'll crush them with our numbers. Well, according to some information collected by the Glory Legion, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army has the ability to attack from a very long distance. Now, Nararov looked up, estimated the distance, and raised his right hand. The several Crimson Helios guards behind him immediately gave the order. It didn't take long for the entire Crimson Helios guards to stop. Gerald and Nararov had known each other for many years. When he saw Nararov's actions, he immediately understood what he meant and ordered the Gold Eagle Knights to stop. All right, we're about 5 kilometers away from here. It should be beyond their attack range. Let's reorganize our formation and prepare to attack, Nararov said. All right. Gerald, Nararov, and a few other military advisors got together and had a short pre-battle discussion. They decided to use the Golden Hawk Knight Legion as the support, while the Red Sun Legion used their high mobility to attack from both sides at the same time. These two regiments were famous elite regiments of the Kanla Empire, adding in the fact that Gerald and Nararov were good commanders. Now that they had decided on the strategy, it didn't take long for them to reorganize their formation. What the two of them found strange was that while they were discussing the strategy and the formation, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army and the New Flyer Guards on the other side didn't move at all, as if they were waiting for them to attack. However, even if they found it strange, since they had already led their army here, they couldn't just retreat. Gerald tidied up his clothes and jumped onto the roof of a large transport magic car. He pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Attack! The 23,000 soldiers of the Gold Eagle Knights set out in an orderly manner. At the very front were heavy-armored shield-bearers who held giant shields and acted as guards. Following closely behind them were the crossbow bearers armed with magic repeating crossbows and special longbows. As for the center of the formation, there were 130 single-barrel magic cannons that moved a bit slower. Actually, the new Flyers' single-barrel magic cannons were all equipped with magic trailers, so they could move at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour on these planes. But although the Kamla Empire's single-barrel magic cannons were also equipped with magic trailers, they couldn't solve the problem of the coordination between the magic trailers and the cannon. Because of the problem of materials, there were often short shafts, so they were limited to a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. The actual speed was only around 20 kilometers per hour, so it seriously slowed down the speed of the entire army. Of course, the distance between the two armies was only around 5 kilometers, so the difference between 20 kilometers per hour and 40 kilometers per hour wasn't that big. The Gold Eagle Knights only needed to bring the magic cannons within 2 kilometers of effective attack range. After the Gold Eagle Knights set out, Nerarov gave the order at the same time. The Scarlet Sun Regiment split into 3 groups. One group had 100 large transport magic cars and 5,000 soldiers to protect the Gold Eagle Knights. The other group had 200 large transport magic cars that went in an arc from the left and right, surrounding the Kingdom of Ruhr on the other side. Actually, although the Gold Eagle Knights and the Scarlet Sun Regiment were equipped with large amounts of new military magic machines to replace the swords, spears, and bows of the war horses, their tactics were still mostly based on the old ideas. For example, the tactics that the two regiments used this time was nothing more than the Kamla Empire's army breaking through the center and surrounding them from the two sides. It had to be said, there wasn't anything wrong with this tactic. It could fully display the advantages of the two regiments. However, this war was completely different from all the wars they had experienced in the past. When the Gold Eagle Knights were around 3 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army that hadn't moved at all finally moved. It was fine if they didn't move, but once they moved, it was like thunder. Hong, 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 hong. There was a series of muffled sounds that came from the Kingdom of Ruhr's army in the distance. There were countless red lights that filled the sky as they quickly flew over. Gerald was shocked in his heart. The two sides were clearly 3 kilometers away. So why did the Kingdom of Ruhr use the magic cannons? Didn't the new Flyers' magic cannons only have an attack range of 2 kilometers? But in the next moment, the ruthless facts told Gerard how wrong his judgment was. The red lights filled the sky, and in just a few breaths, they had already crossed the 3 kilometers distance between the two sides and landed in the middle of the Gold Eagle Knights formation. Scatter! Gerald only had time to shout this, but he couldn't give any other orders at all. Hong, 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 hong. This time, an unusually dull yet extremely violent explosion resounded in Gerald's ears, almost deafening him. In the midst of the explosions, there were the panicked cries and pitiful cries of the surrounding Gold Eagle Knights. With just a single round of explosions, the Gold Eagle Knights formation that had been perfect was now a bit loose. Gerald forced down the shock and panic in his heart. He grabbed a magician beside him and had him cast a sound amplification spell in front of him. Don't panic. Maintain the formation and charge forward for me. Those who retreat will be killed. Gerald instantly understood. They were both magic cannons, but the Kingdom of Ruhr's magic cannons had a much longer attack range than theirs, even exceeding it by an entire kilometer. Like this, before they reached effective attack range, they could only passively take the enemy's attacks and couldn't fight back at all. At this time, the only choice was to keep moving forward. The consequences of retreating would be even more serious than now. Gerald's voice was spread through the entire Gold Eagle Knights through the sound amplification spell. Hearing the commander's voice, the Gold Eagle Knights who had panicked from the sudden attack quickly calmed down. They reorganized their formation as they charged at the Kingdom of Ruhr's army in the distance as quickly as possible. The Scarlet Sun Regiment that had circled around on both sides didn't encounter any attacks from the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. Seeing the Gold Eagle Knights suffer an unexpected bombardment, Nerarov didn't hesitate to give the order for the Scarlet Sun Regiment to increase their speed again. The Kingdom of Ruhr's army clearly wanted to use their attack range to bombard them, so they had to get closer and disrupt the other side's formation. But when this idea appeared in his mind, there were several flames that soared into the sky from the grasslands in front of him. With several explosions, the 3 large transport magic cars in front seemed like they had been flipped over by an invisible giant. They flew into the air and even flipped a few times in the air before slamming down. One of them had smashed into the large transport magic car in front of Nerarov, and after rolling on the ground, it landed on the front of the large transport magic car that he was sitting in. The strong vibrations wildly shook the car, and Nerarov, who was caught off guard, slammed into the front of the driver's seat, causing his head to bleed. Chapter 1089. Gerald didn't know that Nerarov was in such a dangerous situation, but when he saw several large transport magic cars being blown into the sky from the Scarlet Sun Regiment's right flank and the Scarlet Sun Regiment's soldiers being blown into the sky, he immediately knew that this was bad. Those fellows from the Kingdom of Ruhr weren't just waiting for them to attack. They had already set up traps around them and were waiting for them to charge to their deaths. Gerald looked at the Kingdom of Ruhr army that was much closer, and there was a trace of hesitation in his heart. Since the enemy had set traps on both sides, it was very likely that there were traps in front of them as well. If he led the Golden Eagle Knights to charge forward like this, they might step right in. But when Gerald looked at the distance between them and the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, the vigilance in his heart turned into helplessness. Although they had charged quite a bit in just a few minutes, they still hadn't entered the effective attack range of his magic cannons. If they stayed here because they were afraid of traps, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army would be able to use their magic cannons to wildly bombard them. Retreating was even worse because the losses from before would be meaningless and they could only passively take a beating while retreating. If the Kingdom of Ruhr's army chased after them, the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking this through, Gerald felt incomparable pain in his heart. Because the Kingdom of Ruhr's magic cannons had a range of around 1 kilometer more than his, he was forced into this difficult situation. It was impossible to retreat, it was impossible to stop, and it was possible for them to step into a trap if they went forward. Damn, it would be great if the magic cannons developed by those fellows in the army headquarters could also have such a long range. Gerald cursed in a low voice and forcefully shook his head. He pulled over the magician responsible for giving orders and had him use a sound amplification spell in front of him. "Brothers, charge with me. Go faster." After roaring out this, Gerald forcefully patted the shoulder of the driver beside him, telling him to go faster. At this time, he suddenly regretted not bringing his beloved warhorse. That way, he could lead the charge like before and greatly increase the morale of his men. However, he was very clear that if he was riding a warhorse, just hearing the sound of the magic cannons was enough to scare the warhorse to the point that its legs turned soft and it wouldn't be able to fight at all. Not to mention that the might of the magic cannons were incomparably strong. If any one of them exploded, everything within 10 meters would become unrecognizable. In his previous life, he could ride a horse and travel back and forth in the rain of arrows without any hindrance. But in the face of such a terrifying magic cannonball attack, if he still dared to ride a horse in a battle, any magic cannonball that landed next to him would kill him without a complete corpse. In the end, since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce made these military magic machines, the traditional methods of warfare had been eliminated. Therefore, although he was reluctant to do so, he was determined to promote the deployment of military magic machines in the Golden Hawk Knights in the past few years. He also worked hard to learn and train the new combat modes of the military magic machines, hoping to keep up with the rapid changes in the situation. But now that he was on the battlefield, he found that he was still very powerless. They hadn't even fought the Kingdom of Ruhr's army yet, but with the range of the magic cannons, the enemy had already caused several thousand casualties to the Golden Eagle Knights. But he had no other choice. He could only lead the soldiers forward. Hong, 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 hong. Another round of magic cannons fell, and the Golden Eagle Knights fell into chaos again. A magic cannons fell on the side of the large transport magic car that Gerald was riding in. The large shockwave caused the large transport magic car to tilt to the side, almost making people feel like they would flip over. It was a good thing that it returned to normal and kept charging forward. 3 kilometers to 2 kilometers was only a trivial kilometer. Not to mention the large transport magic car that only took 1 to 2 minutes. Even if they ran, it would only take 3 to 4 minutes. However, this short distance was like a natural moat for the Golden Eagle Knights. With every step they took, there was a magic cannons that fell, taking away large amounts of soldiers. The Scarlet Sun Regiment on the flanks didn't have a good time either. It was unknown how many traps the Kingdom of Ruhr's army had set up on the flanks. In short, when the large transport magic cars of the Scarlet Sun Regiment's 2 squadrons drove forward, there were endless explosions. The large transport magic cars were blown away, and the soldiers of the Scarlet Sun Regiment were instantly killed by the explosions. The most important thing was that since the first trap, the Scarlet Sun Regiment had lost the command of their commander, Nararov. Although the vice commander had taken command, he didn't have a good idea. Seeing the Golden Eagle Knights charging forward, he could only cooperate with Gerald and give orders to his subordinates to charge forward. Hong, 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 hong. The explosions kept coming from the front and the flanks. The Kingdom of Ruhr's Northern Regiment commander, Fenrir, raised his binoculars to look at the situation. Although he had a serious look on his face, there was a faint smile on his lips. Captain Furio, it seems like these Kandra people can't play any tricks. The elf captain of the new flyer guards, who was standing on the top of the large transport magic car with him, didn't agree with this. After looking at it for a while, he said to Fenrir, "They're about to enter our effective attack range. Commander Fenrir, we can begin the second step of the plan." "All right." Fenrir nodded with a faint smile. He bent down to say a few words to the messenger waiting below. After a while, the Northern Army's magic cannons that had finished firing put away their turrets and connected them to the magic tractors as they began to retreat in an orderly manner. "Captain Furio, I'll leave the rest to you." Fenrir grabbed Furio's hands and shook them in a serious manner. "The fate of our Kingdom of Ruhr will be decided by the results of this battle." Furio wasn't used to Fenrir's sudden intimate contact and his serious tone. But after being in the new flyer for a long time, he was already used to the way humans did things. He revealed a faint smile when he heard this and said with a nod, "Please be assured, we will buy enough time for you." "Good." Fenrir gave a strong nod. Then Furio jumped out of the large transport magic car, and the surrounding Northern Army soldiers jumped into the various large transport magic cars and armor magic vehicles as they retreated like a tide. Furio turned to look at the approaching Kamla Empire army that he could clearly see. He quickly took 2 steps and entered a strange-looking magic car on the side. Gerald looked at the retreating Kingdom of Ruhr army in the distance in a daze, feeling very confused. Although they were about to enter his effective attack range, those fellows from the Kingdom of Ruhr wouldn't be so scared that they would turn and run, right? Could it be that they didn't know that this was equal to exposing their backs, allowing him to chase after them and take revenge? "Charge for me. Don't let them run." Gerald couldn't think of a reason for this, but based on his basic judgment, he waved his arm and gave the order to chase. However, it was clear that the Kingdom of Ruhr's army had already planned this retreat. The entire process was very smooth, and before he could close the distance between them, most of the other side had already retreated. There was only a very thin team left standing on the grassland in the distance. Gerald grabbed the binoculars in a confused manner. As far as he could see, the team that was left behind wasn't a large transport magic car team or an armored magic car team, and it wasn't a magic cannon team that only a fool would leave behind. Rather, it was a team of square cars that looked very flat with a thick steel pipe coming out of the front. They looked very fierce and strange, looking very strange. It seemed like it was some kind of magic car team that was made of this kind of thing. Heavens above, what the hell is this? Seeing that there were around 100 of these strange things, Gerald had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't forget that among the enemy flags, there was a new flyer flag. As for the strange team that was left behind, it was the new flyer flag that was flying. Damn, it's only this strange. There's no need to be afraid of them. Gerald waved his hand in annoyance as he gave the order to charge forward. After the kingdom of Ruhr's army retreated, the Scarlet Sun Regiment that was flanking them were no longer affected by the traps on the ground. They could finally form two complete formations. But they didn't care about the strange team that was left behind. Rather, they chased in the direction the kingdom of Ruhr's army had retreated. But they didn't go cause trouble for that strange team, but the other side took the initiative to come. That team suddenly splitting into two groups of 50 Magikars that came to meet the Scarlet Sun Regiment on the flanks. Gerald was surprised. Although the Scarlet Sun Regiment's firepower couldn't compare to the Golden Eagle cavalry, they weren't weak at all. How could these fellows that should belong to the new Flyers Guards be this stupid, daring to fight with just these few people? Although the Scarlet Sun Regiment had lost their highest commander because Nerarov was in a coma under the lead of the vice commander, they were still able to band together. Seeing that the enemy didn't know their own strength and charged forward, they didn't hold back at all as they attacked. Hong, hong, hong. Since the start of the battle, the Kamla Empire's magic cannons finally roared out for the first time. Several flame-red lights came out of the Scarlet Sun Regiment's formation and flew at the two groups charging forward. However, compared to the Kingdom of Ruhr's magic cannons, the hit rate of the Scarlet Sun Regiment's magic cannons was a bit pitiful. Of the 50 magic cannonballs that were shot out, over half of them went far away and didn't pose any threat to the enemy at all. Although the other half fell into the enemy's formation, there weren't many that actually hit. The ones that fell near the strange Magikars were just the dirt on the grassland. They didn't affect the strange Magikars at all. They didn't even shake them at all. As for the few that fell close to the strange Magikars, even the magic cannonballs that hit them didn't have any effect at all. In front of the stunned Kamla Empire soldiers, there was a faint blue glow that came from the strange Magikars. The giant shock wave from the explosion of the magic cannonballs hit the light, and it was completely blocked. Even the dirt that was blown up couldn't penetrate the light. The Kamla Empire's soldiers were still shocked by what had happened. There was a red glow that came from the large steel pipes in front of the strange Magikars. It instantly condensed into several flame red lights that came out of them. Oh! Chapter 1090. The commander of the Kamla Empire's expeditionary force, Duke Makaros, lowered his head and looked at the battle report in his hands. His originally tan skin was now as dark as the sky outside due to his gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the tent seemed to have frozen in time. Everyone held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe. They were afraid of attracting Duke Makaro's attention and causing the volcano to erupt. However, a volcano wasn't something that wouldn't erupt if you didn't want to. After a while, Duke Makaros put down the battle report and narrowed his eyes to look at the faces of the other Kamla Empire's expeditionary force officers in the tent. They all lowered their heads and groaned. The other officers in the tent couldn't help but shiver. In the Kamla Empire's military headquarters, other than Grand Marshal Camber Sudirman, Duke Makaros had the highest status and prestige. This time, the Empire's military headquarters allowed him to personally lead the expedition to the Kingdom of Ruhr. This undoubtedly meant that the Empire's military headquarters placed great importance on this expedition. However, the expeditionary force of the Kamla Empire had suffered a blow to the head on the first step of the expedition. The 6 frontline armies that were split into 6 different directions to advance towards the Kingdom of Ruhr had all suffered disastrous losses within 3 days. St. John's Legion of the 4th Frontline had suffered the least losses. However, after being ambushed by the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, they had lost more than 4,000 soldiers on the spot. The number of lightly injured soldiers added up to more than 10,000, causing St. John's Legion to lose nearly half of their combat strength. The ones that suffered the most losses were the Gold Eagle Legion and the Crimson Sun Legion of the 3rd Frontline Army. The Gold Eagle Legion had lost more than 10,000 soldiers due to their heavy injuries, which was equivalent to half of their forces being crippled. The Crimson Sun Legion's losses were slightly less, with more than 7,000 dead. On the other hand, the number of heavily injured soldiers wasn't as high, only around 2,000. From this point alone, one could see the cruelty of the battlefield. In comparison, the loss of manpower was not as great as the loss of resources. It was a greater blow to the two legions. In the fierce battle, the Golden Eagle Knight Regiment had lost a total of 63 large transport magic cars, and the most important magic cannons had been destroyed by 89 of them. The high firepower that the Golden Eagle Knight Regiment relied on the most was now close to being scrapped. The Scarlet Sun Regiment was even more straightforward. Of the 500 large transport magic cars they had, over 100 had been destroyed in the battle, and there were over 200 that couldn't operate normally after the battle. Like this, the Scarlet Sun Regiment's most famous large transport magic cars had been scrapped. Most importantly, due to the rupture between the Kanla Empire and the New Flyer, the New Flyer withdrew all support from the Kanla Empire. This was reflected in the large transport magic cars. Now, there wasn't a single official maintenance department for the New Flyer in the Kanla Empire. These large transport magic cars were all purchased from the New Flyer, and now that they were broken, they couldn't rely on the New Flyer to fix them, so they could only think of a way themselves. But although there were several companies in the Kanla Empire that were secretly developing large transport magic cars and had some results, it was impossible for them to reach the level of the New Flyer in terms of technology. Moreover, even if they had the technology to repair them, the Kanla Empire couldn't find any suitable parts. With the current level of the magic machine industry in the Kanla Empire, there were many parts that they couldn't make. So like this, the Scarlet Sun Regiment had lost most of their battle strength. If one were to summarize the results of the 6 frontline armies, out of the 130,000 people who participated in the first battle, they had only experienced one battle, but they had already lost more than 40,000 people and countless materials. They had lost close to half of their combat strength. This result was without a doubt very shocking to the Kanla Empire. Even before the battle began, they had already expected that this battle wouldn't be easy because the New Flyer would definitely support the Kingdom of Ruhr. But no one would have thought that this battle would be this difficult. In just the first battle, the Kanla Empire had suffered such serious losses. What was even more terrifying was that the Kingdom of Ruhr's losses were almost zero, because from beginning to end, out of the 130,000 soldiers of the 6 front armies, not a single one of them had clashed with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. In other words, the various armies of the Kanla Empire had been passively beaten from beginning to end. They hadn't even touched the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. There was no doubt that this fact shocked everyone on the Kandra Empire's side, even creating a trace of fear. But this wasn't the most shocking thing. What caught the attention of the Kanla Empire's army was the 3rd Front Army. The Gold Eagle Regiment and the Scarlet Sun Regiment hadn't even been ambushed. Instead, they had suffered such terrifying losses in the battle with the Kingdom of Ruhr on the Indra Great Plains. This result meant that the Kanla Empire's most important advantage in numbers was gone. The Kingdom of Ruhr didn't even send out many people, yet it was enough to defeat the Kanla Empire's army that was several times larger than theirs. The Kanla Empire's army didn't even cause any losses to the enemy. This meant that the battle strength of both sides wasn't on the same level, so the number of troops didn't have any meaning at all. If the Kingdom of Ruhr's side kept having this kind of battle strength, the Kanla Empire's army wouldn't have any hope of winning. Duke Makaros had a dark look on his face as he thought for a bit before suddenly looking at the Gold Eagle Regiment's commander, Gerald, standing to his left. "Gerald, tell me, what is going on with that strange magic car that you met?" Hearing this question, Gerald thought of the monsters he met on the battlefield, and he couldn't help revealing a look of fear. Even if it was a battle from 3 days ago, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness when he thought of it. When he first saw those strange magic cars, Gerald was only doubtful. He had ordered his subordinates to attack with the magic cannons. But then those strange magic cars told him that they weren't on the same level. Under the wild attacks of the Gold Eagle Regiment and the Scarlet Sun Regiment's magic cannons and magic rockets, those strange magic cars had easily blocked all the attacks. With a single counterattack, the Gold Eagle Regiment and the Scarlet Sun Regiment suffered heavy losses. With such an exaggerated difference in battle strength, it even made Gerald suspect that these fellows were demons that the New Flyer had pulled from another world. But of course this was an illusion. The fact was that the New Flyer already had these terrifying military magic machines that people couldn't think of a way to stop or defeat. Hearing that Duke Makaros wanted him to describe that thing, Gerald gaped his mouth and became stunned for quite a while. He didn't know how to describe it at all. Seeing Gerald in a daze, Duke Makaros gave a dissatisfied snort. What? Gerald, have you been beaten silly by the Rutsun people? If you're afraid, scram back to the Empire for me. Don't embarrass yourself here. Gerald trembled as he came back to his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, No, Lord Duke, I'm not. Only you want me to describe what that strange magic car was. I don't know how to describe it, but I really can't think of a way to deal with those things. You mean that we have no chance of winning against those things? Duke Makaros raised a brow as he asked back. Seeing the killing intent in Duke Makaros' eyes, Gerald could only give a bitter laugh and give a nod. Yes, Lord Duke. I feel that if we face them head-on, we have no way of resisting those terrifying things. Hearing this answer, the other regiments in the tent couldn't help revealing looks of surprise. Although most of the officers in the tent had participated in the battle with the Kingdom of Ruhr and had suffered losses, they knew that the Kingdom of Ruhr had many powerful military magic machines. They had all kinds of strange attacks that they couldn't do anything to. But Gerald had said that he couldn't stop those strange magic cars at all. Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Could it be that this kid, Gerald, had lost the most? So he was exaggerating the strength of the enemy to hide his own weakness? If the Scarlet Sun Regiment's commander Nerarov hadn't been in a coma and couldn't participate in this meeting, would he have used the same tone as Gerald? Duke Makaros was clearly very dissatisfied with Gerald's answer, so he said with a strong snort, Gerald, according to what you said, shouldn't we immediately retreat? We can't beat the enemy anyway, right? Everyone could tell that this was obviously sarcastic sarcasm. However, after thinking for a while, Gerald nodded hard and replied with a very serious expression, Yes, Your Excellency, Duke. I feel that. In a situation where we don't have the ability to deal with them, choosing to retreat for now is a wise choice. Duke Makaros was instantly filled with rage. He slapped the table beside him and pointed at Gerald as he cursed. Gerald, if you keep shaking the morale of the army, do you believe that I won't immediately take you out to be dealt with by military law? Gerald still wanted to defend himself, but another officer standing beside him pulled his arm and stopped him. Seeing that Gerald lowered his head and didn't say anything, Duke Makaros gave another cold snort. He looked over everyone and said with a sunken face, Our Kamla Empire's army, since we've already attacked, we can't retreat before we get results. If anyone dares to shake the morale of the army in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. The group of generals and officers obeyed the order. Now, let's discuss the next battle plan. Look here. Duke Makaros walked to a huge map hanging on one side of the tent. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the tent's curtain was suddenly pulled open. A messenger of Duke Makaros's personal guard rushed in with a panicked expression. Without waiting for Duke Makaros to ask, the guard had already knelt on one knee in front of Duke Makaros and said in a panic, My lord, I just received news that Sven West City was attacked by an unknown army. Everyone in the tent was shocked. Sven West City was where the Expeditionary Army's logistics warehouse was located. It was equivalent to the Expeditionary Army's foundation. Now that Sven West City was attacked, then, how's the supply warehouse? Duke Makaros hurriedly asked. The supply warehouse. The warehouse was completely destroyed in the attack. The answer from the personal guard's mouth caused the tent to fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 1091. Reporting, the second magic airship team has successfully completed their mission and is currently heading back. Second magic airship team, send your mission report over and then fly back to the base in the Kingdom of Ruhr's northern province to wait for orders, waiting for the next mission. Yes. Lebro put down the magic communicator and patted the shoulder of Kandashenko. Did you hear Captain Hart's orders? Send the mission report. I just drafted back to the base. All right. Kandashenko shook his head and quickly replied. His hands quickly moved over the communication console in front of him, and there was the crisp sound of keys being pressed in the cockpit. I say, can't you slow down a bit? You're so noisy. Karen, who was Lebro's assistant on the side, helping him take care of some secretarial work, as well as managing the logistics of the magic airship parrot, knit her brows as she glared at Kandashenko. Kandashenko quickly stroked his bangs and made a confident pose as he said with a laugh, "This little master is in a good mood right now, so I like tapping this fast. I say, Karen, I found that you've been quite angry lately. Is the good day of the month coming?" Karen knit her brows and kicked Kandashenko's calf without any courtesy. Kandashenko immediately grabbed his calf and cried out in pain, looking very funny. "Stop messing around. Finish your work for me first," Lebro reprimanded. But he couldn't help revealing a smile. Because they had just completed a very important mission, everyone on the magic airship was in a very good mood, so it wasn't a big deal to joke around. Even the serious Lebro was in a very good mood. After all, in this mission, he had led the magic airship under him and the other 9 magic airships to form a special operation team. They had directly crossed the border between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kamla Empire, entering close to 200 meters from the Kamla Empire's border. They had launched a surprise attack on Sven West City and successfully destroyed the logistics base of the Kamla Empire's army. The importance of this mission was self-evident, and the merit they obtained was also great. Moreover, they had directly infiltrated the borders of the Kandra Empire to launch a surprise attack. In the close to 1,000 years of history of the Kandra Empire, this was the first time that the army of another country had dared to do something like this. In that case, the new flyer guards could be said to have created history. Thinking of this, Lebro picked up the magic communicator again and called the magic airship team. After a while, the voices of the commanders of the other 9 magic airships came from inside. "Hey, Lebro, what's up? Could it be that the higher-ups have assigned us another mission? It can't be. We just went to the Kamla Empire and fought a big battle. No matter what, you should let us rest first." "Tisk, it's not a problem to go and do something big again. Anyway, I still have ammunition on my airship. It's not a problem to go and bomb them again. We've already bombed the supply base of those Kamla Empire fellows. What other places are there to bomb? Could it be that we're going to bomb Wimbledon City? Hey, that's a good idea. Let's go." Stop joking around. Do you know how far this place is from Wimbledon City? It's over 2,000 kilometers. With the magic crystals we have left on the airship, if we don't resupply on the way, we can't fly there at all. You still want to bomb them? I'm just saying. Right, Lebro, you still haven't said what it is? Lebro couldn't help smiling. "You fellows are so noisy. How could I say anything? It's nothing. I just want to ask if you're done with your routine inspection. If you're done, our only task is to report back to the base." "TSK, I thought it was something big, but it's just going back the same way." "That's right, wasting my feelings. I have one more thing to tell you." Lebro purposely paused for a moment to keep them in suspense. Lebro paused for a bit before pausing. "When we return to the base, I'll ask the captain to invite you to a big meal in the city." The magic communicator was silent for a bit before it exploded in cheers. "Really? Lebro, are you joking? You're really inviting us to a big meal in the city? This is great. I've been eating in the base these past few days. My mouth is so bland." Ha! Lebro, since you're this generous, I have no objections to you being the captain in the future. Lebro revealed a faint smile. The reason why he wanted to invite his colleagues to a big meal was because he wanted to win their hearts. But since Captain Hart had already appointed him as the captain, it meant that the higher-ups wanted to train him. The other magic airship commanders were also clear on this, so of course they didn't mind showing their attitude at this time. Of course, not everyone would be convinced. He was just giving it a try. At least on the surface, the results were good. "All right, before we reach the base, you should think about what you want to eat. Don't wait until we arrive before you make a decision." Lebro said this with a smile. He hung up the magic communicator and turned to head to the middle cabin of the magic airship. This mission was the new Flyers magic airship squadron's first time penetrating the enemy's rear and destroying the enemy supply base. This was their first time and the enemy's first time. In the history of signs, there had been cases of enemies attacking the supply base from the air, but the targets of these attacks were usually very powerful magicians, or even magicians who were at least high-grade magicians. This was the first time that normal people other than magicians had suddenly attacked with a magic airship. This kind of experience was very precious to Lebro. Actually, if he thought about it now, he found that there were many details that weren't done well. For example, they could have bombed from a higher altitude, which would have been more secretive and would have allowed them to bomb for a longer time. Of course, this would have a higher requirement for the accuracy of the magic bombs. The 10 magic airships he led this time weren't at the same level. Some were very accurate, and some were very normal, so the final effects were all different. Another example was that they didn't need to throw down more than half of the magic bombs because the area of the warehouse wasn't that exaggerated. From the most precise point of view, just a few magic bombs were enough to engulf the entire warehouse in a sea of flames. Of course, if they were a bit safer and more accurate, it was enough to throw 10 or 20. Or, for example, Lebro was a person who was good at reflecting. He wanted to make a summary as soon as possible. This was his habit. But when he sat down at the table in the middle cabin and before he even picked up his pen, Karen suddenly came out. "There's a situation." Seeing Karen's serious expression, Lebro immediately threw down his pen and walked back into the cockpit. "Boss, look, we might be in trouble." Hearing Lebro's footsteps, Kandashenko turned to look and pointed at the magic illusion on the control panel in front of him as he shouted out. Lebro walked over and knit his brows. He found that on the upper left side of the magic illusion, there was a small red light that kept releasing a faint glow, quickly approaching the center of the magic illusion. Seeing this, Lebro's heart tightened. This magic illusion was actually using the magic detection device on the magic airship. It kept sending out magic detection signals to detect the changes in the magic space around the magic airship, thus detecting some special situations. Using the name Sir Chairman gave it, this thing was called the magic radar. Now that the magic radar was showing a dot of light quickly approaching, it was clearly a strange situation. Based on the frequency and strength of the magic fluctuations, this should be the magic fluctuations of a flying spell. Combined with the fact that this dot of light is quickly approaching, it should mean that a magician is flying towards us. Kandashenko replied, "A magician?" Lebro was a little confused. Lebro was a bit confused. Then it shouldn't be an enemy. After all, it's just a magician. It can't be a threat to us. Perhaps it's just a magician passing by. "No, boss, look." Kandashenko pointed at a special symbol in the lower right corner of the magic illusion with a serious expression. Based on the strength of the magic fluctuations, this flying spell isn't a low-level flying spell that a low-level magician can use. I'm even certain that this magician is at least a great magician. Other than that, I need to remind you that we are currently flying at 130 kilometers per hour. With Kandashenko's reminder, Lebro immediately reacted. That's right, the magic airship under them was currently flying at 130 kilometers per hour, and this magician was quickly approaching, which meant that he was flying even faster than 130 kilometers per hour. This wasn't something that a normal magician could do. Even among great magicians, if they weren't proficient in wind-attributed magic, they might not be able to reach such an exaggerated speed. The most important thing is that he's clearly coming for us. Kandashenko pointed at the magic illusion as he spoke. Lebro looked over and found that the red dot of light was much closer than before. It wasn't far from the center. "How far is he from us right now?" Lebro asked. He's still 3 kilometers away, but with his performance just now, I feel that he'll catch up to us in less than 5 minutes. "Boss, what do we do?" Lebro was silent for a bit before giving the order, "Keep checking, and everyone else, prepare to fight." After saying this, Lebro took out the magic communicator and connected to all the magic airships in the team. Lebro, why are you here again? It can't be that you're going back on your word, right?" A commander teased. "That's no good. Lebro, you're the leader of this operation. How can you go back on your words?" "Isn't that right, everyone?" "Right, of course it's right." The others began to shout. Lebro didn't have time to chat with them, so he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, there is something strange in the rear. It's determined that there is a magician at least at the great magician realm chasing after us. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I feel that this magician doesn't have good intentions. The magic communicator fell silent before there was a burst of noise. Because the 10 magic airships had been together when they returned, only Lebro's ship had turned on its magic radar. The other magic airships didn't notice this abnormality at all. After a while, the commanders of the other magic airships all sent messages, saying that they had also noticed this abnormality. Lebro looked at another magic illusion and found that the red dot was even closer to the center. It was clearly coming for them, so he immediately gave the order, "Everyone prepare to fight." The enemy this time is at least a high-grade great magician. As soon as his voice fell, Kandashenko called out in surprise, "Boss, there is a high-energy magic reaction in the rear." Before Kandashenko could finish, it was like the magic airship had been hit by something as it began to violently shake. Lebro barely stabilized himself, but he was shocked. The magic airship had a magic protection system on, so it should be able to block all 9th grade magic and below. It could even block most of the forbidden spells. But now that the magic airship was hit by this attack, it could be seen just how shocking this attack was. This magician that suddenly caught up, just who was he? Chapter 1092. Archmagus Reduca knit his brows as he looked at the magic airship in the distance that had stabilized after a slight tremble. It continued flying at high speeds like it wasn't affected at all, and his heart sunk. Although the Thunder's Fury he'd just cast was only a spell of the 9th level, the power of this spell had far exceeded that of an ordinary spell of the 9th level due to his special attainments in wind magic and his powerful magic as an archmage. Even if it couldn't compare to the might of a forbidden spell that could destroy the world, it wasn't that far off. But when this powerful spell hit the magic airship, it was completely offset by the halo that appeared around it. In the end, the magic airship only shook a few times in the air, but it didn't suffer any damage at all. This was too incredible. No matter how shocked he was, Archmagus Reduca's hands didn't stop moving. He kept flying at high speeds while spreading his hands, beginning to condense a true forbidden spell. Since a 9th grade spell couldn't pose a threat to the magic airship, he would use a higher level forbidden spell. No matter what, he had to make these magic airships stay. As the Archmagus that the army headquarters had specially invited to protect the rear of the expeditionary army, not being able to protect the warehouse from the surprise attack of the magic airships was already a dereliction of duty and a great shame for him. Now that he had finally caught up with the other side's trace of magic and couldn't stop them, he wouldn't have any face to see anyone in the future. The mana fluctuations in the rear continued to increase. Kandashenko loudly shouted. Amphi Reduca loudly shouted. It's still continuing. God, the strength of these magic fluctuations definitely surpasses a 9th grade spell. Surpasses a 9th grade spell? Isn't that a forbidden spell? Lebro was surprised. He looked at the red light on a magic radar that was becoming brighter and brighter before grabbing the magic communicator to give the order without any hesitation. Everyone listen up. The enemy is preparing a forbidden spell, so immediately prepare to dodge. At the same time, raise your magic shields to their highest strength. Res Noveli, your 2 airships immediately prepare the magic spatial interference device to the rear. Yes, received. Res and Noveli, the commanders of the other 2 magic airships, replied from the magic communicator. After a while, their voices sounded again. The Thunder Hawk is ready. The Dawn ship is also ready. Very good. Listen to my orders. After Lebro gave this order, he stared at the magic radar while listening to Kandashenko's nervous report. The magic fluctuations are still increasing. They're over 10,000 exps. It's confirmed to be a forbidden spell. The magic space is changing. The forbidden spell. Res Noveli, listen to my countdown. Yes. Understood. All right, let the countdown begin. 3, 2, 1, release. Magus, Magus, Magus. Magus, Magus, Magus. The magic. Magus, 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 Magus. Almost covered the entire sky. But Magus, Magus, Magi. Magus, Magi, Magus. Magus, magic, Magus, magic. Moreover, the forbidden spell was almost ready, so he didn't have the energy to worry about anything else. The magic in his body crazily revolved as Archmagus Reduca applied to condense the already formed lightning forbidden spell, Thunder God's Fury, and threw it out. However, as he was about to complete the final step, he suddenly felt the mana space around him distort. As a result, the frightening mana contained within the Thunder God's wrath that he had just condensed was affected and fluctuated abruptly. If it weren't for his superb control over his wind magic and the advanced lightning magic of the wind magic, this accident alone would have caused him to fail in casting the spell. However, because of this, although he had successfully released the Thunder God's Fury, its power was far from what he had expected. It was no longer a perfect Thunder God's Fury. Of course, no matter how it was affected, this Thunder God's Fury was still a lightning forbidden spell that Archmagus Laduca was very confident in. Its power was far from what a normal 9th level spell could compare to. Seeing this strange thick bolt of lightning that almost split the sky in half, Archmagus Reduca's lips curled into a smile. These rats that should have come from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely be turned to dust by the wrath of thunder. But after that, the smile on his face turned into shock. As soon as the bolt of lightning was released, the 10 magic airships in front suddenly released a bright blue light. Then the 10 magic airships suddenly sped up, flying in all directions at the same time. The Thunder God's Fury's bolt of lightning flew past them, not hitting a single magic airship. Humph, you think you can dodge it like this? Archmagus Reduca's eyes turned cold. His magic moved, and the magic mark he had left in the Thunder God's Fury was activated. The thick bolt of lightning from the Thunder God's Fury exploded in the sky, turning into countless thin bolts of lightning that filled the sky. The magic airships couldn't dodge at all, and each magic airship was hit by countless bolts of lightning. However, the light shield around the magic airships blocked these bolts of lightning. They only swayed a bit in the air, but they didn't suffer any real damage. Archmagus Reduca wasn't surprised by this situation since the Thunder God's Fury he used just now was much stronger than the scattered bolts of lightning, but it still couldn't hurt the magic airships. With a thought, Archmagus Reduca raised his hands and prepared for another attack. Oh my god, this fellow is actually preparing another forbidden spell, Kandashenko shouted out. Lebro's face sunk as he confirmed his guesses. This magician that suddenly appeared definitely wasn't a normal great magician. Based on how he could easily release such a terrifying forbidden spell, and how he could use it continuously, he was at least a peak 5th grade great magician. He might even be an archmagus that stood at the peak of all magicians. Thinking of this, Lebro didn't dare hesitate as he grabbed the magic communicator again. Everyone listen to my orders. Immediately activate the 2nd grade power charging device. Remove the speed limit and retreat as fast as you can. This time, the other magic airship commanders on the other side didn't waste words. They just gave a simple response before going back to work. This enemy magician's actions after he appeared were too shocking, so they knew that he wasn't someone easy to deal with. It was very hard to fight him, so of course their first choice was to run as fast as possible. After a while, there was a response from the magic communicator that came from the magic communicator. Very good. Charles, Chekhov, and Clyde, you 3 will release the magic spatial interference device. After the magic spatial interference device is released, the magic airships will retreat as fast as possible. Understood? There was another response from the magic communicator before Lebro did a simple countdown again. The 3 magic airships that he named released the magic spatial interference device that they had already prepared. Seeing the strange glows behind the magic airships in front of him, Archmagus Reduca immediately became vigilant. He was certain that when he released the Thunder God's Fury, he had been disturbed by these strange things. That was why there were some flaws in the final spell, and it didn't hit the magic airships as he expected. Now that the other side was using the same trick, of course he wouldn't fall for it. Archmagus Reduca sent out a bit of magic to investigate, preparing to prepare ahead of time before anything happened with the magic spatial interference device. But when this bit of magic was sent out, there was a bright light blue glow that came from behind the 10 magic airships in front of him. The 10 magic airships suddenly sped up and instantly left Archmagus Reduca behind, turning into 10 small black dots in the sky. Archmagus Reduca was surprised before reacting. The other side saw that the situation was bad and directly ran. In front of me. How could it be that easy to escape? Archmagus Reduca's expression changed. He released his magic and suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already 2 kilometers away in the sky, blocking the path of the 10 magic airships. Seeing the 10 magic airships quickly flying over, Archmagus Reduca raised his right hand, and a stone wall that was close to 10 meters thick appeared in the air. If the 10 magic airships flew over like this, they would hit the stone wall. At the same time, Archmagus Reduca used his magic again. He gathered the magic elemental energy around him and prepared another forbidden spell. But before he could even prepare half of it, the 10 magic airships were already flying over from the distance. When they were about to hit the stone wall, the 10 magic airships released flames at the same time and exploded on the stone wall. Hong, 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 hong. The 10-meter thick stone wall was blown to pieces by this attack. Then the 10 magic airships charged at the light shield, not planning on slowing down at all. Archmagus Reduca couldn't prepare a forbidden spell at this time, so he could only watch as the 10 magic airships flew away. How could I let you go like this? Archmagus Reduca didn't give up as he used the spatial transfer spell to block the 10 magic airships. But this time he didn't have enough time to prepare a forbidden spell. The normal magic attacks couldn't hurt the light shield of the 10 magic airships at all and couldn't affect them at all. So Archmagus Reduca used the spatial transfer spell to block the 10 magic airships again and again, helplessly watching them fly away. After repeating this several times, Archmagus Reduca saw the 10 magic airships fly away again. He also saw a mountain range covered in mahogany that appeared in front of him. He was very clear that this mountain range was the border between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kanla Empire. If he kept chasing, he would enter the Kingdom of Ruhr. After thinking for a bit, Archmagus Reduca gave a helpless sigh and gave up on chasing. Chapter 1093. When the Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire joined forces with over 40 other countries and over 60 well-known organizations to declare war on the New Flyer. No one was optimistic about the prospects of the New Flyer, because no one believed that the New Flyer could resist such a terrifying force. Even though the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Dela Duchy, and many other countries expressed their support for the New Flyer, this didn't change everyone's opinion. This was because compared to behemoths like the Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire, the Lampari Kingdom and the others were only small countries. Their overall strength was far inferior. Of course, because the New Flyer and these other countries possessed a portion of military magic machines, with the support of the New Flyer, some people guessed that the two empires wouldn't progress too smoothly after the start of the war and would be counterattacked by these countries. But no one believed that they would be able to resist in the end because the difference in national strength was too great. Even if they competed in consumption, the two empires would definitely exhaust them bit by bit. But when the war between the two sides truly started, everyone discovered that the progress was different from what they had expected. Whether it was the Kanla Empire or the Malar Empire, they suffered heavy losses when they invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr from the south and invaded the Dela Duchy from the north. The Malar Empire was still fine. They only fought with the Drake Duchy and the Lampari Kingdom at the border of the Dela Duchy and the Frankish Duchy and were forced to retreat after paying a heavy price. As for the Kanla Empire, they suffered heavy losses when they invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr from the south. Just the first step of the invasion of the Kingdom of Ruhr caused the Kanla Empire to lose over 40,000 elites. Afterwards, the Expeditionary Army's logistics warehouse was raided by the New Flyer Guards, causing all of their supplies to be destroyed. Afterwards, the Kanla Empire's Expeditionary Army was forced to fight a decisive battle against the Kingdom of Ruhr under the leadership of Duke Makaros and the Kingdom of Ruhr Guards and the Kingdom of Ruhr Guards on the Indra Plains to the north of the Kingdom of Ruhr. This battle could be considered the largest scale battle, with the most people participating in the Sign's continent in the past few decades. The Kamla Empire had invested over 140,000 troops, while the Kingdom of Ruhr Guards and the New Flyer Guard had invested less than 50,000 troops. Under normal circumstances, with such a disparity in numbers, the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer Guards would be seeking their own deaths if they chose to fight on the plains. But when the battle truly began, the results of the battle shocked the entire continent. In less than a day, the outcome of the battle was decided. In the end, the Kamla Empire's expeditionary army was completely routed. Their casualties exceeded 100,000, and only 40,000 managed to escape. Perhaps this result was still within the acceptable range. After all, in the history of the Signs, there had been many cases of a few winning against many. But after knowing the losses of the Kingdom of Ruhr Guards and the New Flyer Guards, no one dared to believe such a result. According to the data released after the battle, the Kingdom of Ruhr Guards and the New Flyer Guards had lost less than 3,000 men in this battle, with less than 50,000 men against the Kamla Empire's elite army of 140,000. The Kingdom of Ruhr Guards and the Kamla Empire only lost less than 3,000 men. Even in the exaggerated war novels that were popular among the commoners in the Signs, it was impossible to compare the losses of both sides. This was because everyone believed that this was simply impossible. But the truth was placed in front of everyone, and they had no choice but to believe it. More importantly, the Kamla Empire had decisively withdrawn their troops from the Kingdom of Ruhr and did not raise any objections to the results announced by the Kingdom of Ruhr. The Kandra Empire army that had been aggressive before, saying that they would destroy all resistance from the Rudsun Kingdom in a single month, fell into a deathly silence and didn't make a single sound. Not long after that, in the beginning of July, the New Flyer Guards disembarked from the southern port of the Duchy of Wales. In less than a week, they completely annihilated the army of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Kamla Empire that had invaded the Duchy of Wales. Then, they went north and attacked the Kingdom of Ruhr's capital, Ruhr City, and the palace. Half a month later, the Kingdom of Ruhr was completely under the control of the New Flyer. The Kamla Empire's army that had been stationed in the Kingdom of Ruhr after the declaration of war was easily defeated by the counterattack of the New Flyer Guards. The remnants of the army returned to the Kamla Empire. As for the actions of the New Flyer Guards in the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Kamla Empire didn't say anything. At the same time, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom in the southeast corner of the continent suddenly made their move. In just a month, they had defeated the armies of the 3 surrounding countries and brought those 3 countries under their control. The countries in the southeast corner of the continent that had been opposing the New Flyer with the Kamla Empire instantly lost their voices. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom easily controlled the situation in this area. Then it was the end of July. After defeating the Sac Kingdom's resistance, the Lampari Kingdom controlled the situation in the Sac Kingdom. On the 30th of July, they joined forces with the Drake Duchy to attack the Frankish Kingdom. The Frankish Kingdom's army fought back with the 100,000 army sent by the Malar Empire, but they were defeated again and again before finally being routed. In the end, the Frankish Kingdom's army was almost completely destroyed, and less than 40,000 of the 100,000 army of the Malar Empire returned to the Malar Empire. On the 23rd of August, the Lampari Kingdom and the Drake Duchy attacked the Frankish Kingdom's capital. The Frankish Kingdom's king and royal palace were destroyed in the flames of war, and the Frankish Kingdom was declared dead. On the 10th of September, the Sac Kingdom's king announced that he had surrendered to the Lampari Kingdom. At this point, the Sac Kingdom had become part of the Lampari Kingdom's territory, and the Sac Kingdom had been destroyed. On the 27th of September, the Drake Duchy and the Lampari Kingdom signed an agreement, splitting the Frankish Kingdom's territory in half. The 170,000 square kilometers of land to the west that was connected to the Drake Duchy would belong to the Drake Duchy, and the 230,000 square kilometers of land to the east that was connected to the Malar Empire would belong to the Lampari Kingdom. After this agreement was announced, the people who knew about it were a bit surprised. There was no problem with the Drake Duchy's half of the Frankish kingdom's territory, because it was connected to the Drake Duchy, so they could expand the Drake Duchy's territory. But the Lampari kingdom's half of the Frankish kingdom's territory was very problematic. It could be seen from the map that this half of the land was connected to the Malar Empire to the north, the Kamla Empire to the east, the west and southwest were connected to the Drake Duchy's half of the land, and the south was connected to two small duchies. In short, there wasn't a single bit of land that was connected to the Lampari kingdom. Since it was like this, why did the Lampari kingdom want this half of the land? Without a border, it would be very inconvenient to control it. But not long after, the questions in people's hearts were answered. On the 17th day of the 10th month, the two neighboring small duchies to the south announced that they would join the Lampari kingdom. Like this, if one looked at the map, they would find that because the Lampari kingdom's northeast side was connected to one of the small duchies, this piece of land would be connected to the Lampari kingdom. For this result, most people could only express that it was unexpected but also reasonable. If it was anyone else, even the dukes of the two small duchies, they would only have this choice. If they didn't take the initiative to surrender, would they wait for the Lampari kingdom's army to attack them? Before, these two small duchies were under the protection of the Kamla Empire, so they weren't worried about the Lampari kingdom and the Frankish kingdom having thoughts about them. But now that they had gone through a war that no one could understand, the Lampari kingdom had become extremely powerful, while the Kamla Empire had fallen into silence. In this situation, how could these two small duchies not know what choice to make? Like this, in less than half a year, the situation in the southwest corner of the Signs continent had undergone a heaven-shaking change. Not to mention the small duchies, the Sac kingdom and the Frankish kingdom that were considered powerful kingdoms in the southwest corner of the continent had actually been destroyed, which was very surprising. Correspondingly, the Lampari kingdom had become the biggest winner. After several months of fighting, the Lampari kingdom had completely swallowed the Sac kingdom, adding in the 240,000 square kilometers of land they had received from the Frankish kingdom. The Lampari kingdom's current territory had reached a shocking 1.5 million square kilometers. This kind of area, when placed in the signs, it could be considered the largest country other than the two empires. The second biggest winner was the Drake Duchy. This small duchy that was sandwiched between the Lampari kingdom, the Sac kingdom, and the Frankish kingdom, with a total area of less than 10,000 square kilometers and a population of less than 100,000, had now swallowed 170,000 square kilometers of land that belonged to the Frankish kingdom, as well as a total of close to 1 million people. This inevitably raised doubts in people's hearts. Did the Drake Duchy really have such a big appetite to eat these things? Chapter 1094. A magic airship slowly fell down from the sky. As soon as it landed, Princess Caroline. Oh no! Duke Caroline, who had already taken over the position of Duke, led a group of subordinates to greet him. The door of the magic airship opened, and Sue-E came out. Hey, dear Sue-E, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Duke Caroline came over and gave Sue-E a big hug. Then she didn't care about the gazes of the people around them as she pouted her lips and moved closer to Sue-Yi's face. Sue-E quickly turned his face and avoided her lips. He only let her kiss his face before kissing her cheek, which could be considered an intimate gesture. Hey, Caroline, you're someone who's getting married next month. How can you still be this bold? Sue-E said in a soft voice beside Duke Caroline's ear. Bold? Am I? Duke Caroline gave a charming laugh. She let out a soft breath that tickled Sue-Yi's ear. If you agree now, I'll immediately cancel this marriage. What do you think? Nonsense. Sue-E softly reprimanded. He let go of his hands and softly pushed Duke Caroline away before giving a cough and saying with a serious look, Is everything prepared? Duke Caroline gave a shrug. I don't have much to prepare. I'm just waiting for the people you send. Sue-E nodded. He waved his hand. Behind him, and a group of people wearing the uniform of the new flyer came out of the magic airship. These are the people in charge of the initial survey that came with me. Come, let me introduce them. This is the person in charge of the Door City's Magic Defense Project, Gustalo. A tall, middle-aged human man came forward and gave a bow to Duke Caroline. "Greetings to your excellency." Grand Duke Caroline looked at him from head to toe and extended her hand with a smile. "Since Chairman Su sent you here, I have full trust in you. Supervisor Gustalo, I'll leave the defense of Door City to you." Gustalo hesitated for a moment before taking Grand Duke Caroline's outstretched hand and gently kissing it. He respectfully replied, "I will serve you wholeheartedly." "Very good." Grand Duke Caroline's eyes darted around. She swept her gaze over the other new flyer employees behind Sue E and made an inviting gesture. "I've already set up a banquet in the city. Chairman Sue and everyone else, please follow me." Sue E shook his head, glanced at Gustav, and said, "Time is of the essence. They don't have that much time to attend a banquet. Gustalo, you should seize the time to investigate the situation of the city walls and try to come up with some rough data by today. The R&D Center is still waiting." "Yes." Gustalo immediately nodded, then turned to Grand Duke Caroline and said, "Your Excellency, please send some people who are familiar with Door City to work with us." Grand Duke Caroline was a little dazed. "There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? You came from so far away. You should at least have a meal and get used to it." "No need. We don't have that much time. We don't know when the next wave of attack from the Malar Empire will come. And as long as they come, it will be a very fierce wave of attack. You don't want the precious land that you have just obtained to be snatched back by the Malar Empire in the blink of an eye, right?" Sue E said. Grand Duke Caroline sighed softly. She waved her hand behind her, and the two officials of the Drake Duchy who came with her to welcome them quickly walked over. "Supervisor Gustalo, these are the two officials who are in charge of the overall defense of Door City. If you have any questions, you can ask them." "Okay." Supervisor Gustalo no longer stood on ceremony and directly went to talk to the two officials. "Sue E, I find it very strange a lot of times. How did you train the employees of your Chamber of Commerce to be like this? It's as if they only have work in their eyes and nothing else." Grand Duke Caroline looked at Gustalo and the other group of new flyer employees who were discussing enthusiastically and couldn't help but sigh. Sui smiled and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. The employees of our Chamber of Commerce are very playful when they are free, but they have always been very serious when working. This is my strict requirement for them. Of course, they can accept and consciously do this mainly because they feel a sense of accomplishment in their work." "Sense of accomplishment?" Grand Duke Caroline frowned slightly. "What kind of sense of accomplishment?" "Think about it. Because of their efforts, they can make Door City, an inconspicuous small city, able to withstand the attack of the huge Malar Empire. Don't tell me they don't feel a sense of accomplishment?" Grand Duke Caroline was silent for a moment and asked, "Sue E, answer me seriously. After the city's magic defense system is built, can it really make Door City so stable that it can withstand the attack of the Malar Empire's army? The city's defense has never been solved by just relying on a system. But I can tell you that as long as there are no problems in other aspects of Door City, this defense system is enough to make Door City last for at least a month without falling, no matter how many troops the Malar Empire sends." Sui replied seriously, "What if the Malar Empire sends out magisters?" Grand Duke Caroline asked again. "Magisters?" Sui laughed. "Yeah, if the Malar Empire is willing to risk the taboo of all magicians on the continent and send out magisters to attack other countries, then they have already lost half of the battle. As for the magisters themselves, I admit that the individual ability of a magister is very strong, but you have to remember that the role of a single person in a war is very limited. Even if the Malar Empire really sends out magisters, they can't do anything to this magic defense system that our Chamber of Commerce has painstakingly built after a long period of research and development." Grand Duke Caroline looked at Sue E doubtfully. She didn't understand why he was so confident. Magisters had always been the top fighting force on the continent. In the history of the signs, as long as one side had more great magicians, it was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Once a magister appeared, it was enough to quickly tip the scales of victory towards the side with the Magisters. The reason why the Malar Empire and the Kamla Empire were able to stand tall on the signs for so many years was not only because they maintained absolute strength most of the time, but also because they had Magisters to hold the fort when they were in decline. This had a lot to do with the fact that other countries couldn't truly defeat them. When the Sorcerers Guild was established, it was a tradition that Magisters couldn't participate in invading other countries. Although this ensured that the two empires couldn't easily invade other countries, it also allowed the two empires to stand tall. However, this tradition was only an unwritten agreement. If the Malar Empire really broke this tradition, other than the Kamla Empire and the Mana Magic Kingdom, which had the third largest number of Magisters, no other countries or forces on the continent were qualified to restrain them. This time, the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire had joined forces, which was extremely rare. They even joined forces with the Mana Magic Kingdom and other countries to declare war on the New Flyer. What worried the New Flyer the most was that the other side would dispatch Magisters to participate in the invasion. Although the other side didn't intend to break this tradition so far, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't do so. After all, even something as impossible as the two empires joining forces had happened. It wasn't completely impossible for something else to happen. However, now that Sue said to Grand Duke Caroline that the role of Magisters in war was very limited, it didn't matter even if the Malar Empire dispatched Magisters. This made Grand Duke Caroline unable to understand. I'll tell you the truth, Caroline. The final goal of the city defense system that our Chamber of Commerce developed is actually to prevent the appearance of Magisters. As for any conventional army of the two empires, even if it doesn't include our New Flyer Guards, your Della Duchy's army wouldn't be afraid, right? Yes. Grand Duke Caroline nodded. When the Drake Duchy joined forces with the Lampari Kingdom to fight against the Malar Empire and the Frankish Kingdom, the other side didn't have any ability to fight back. With the huge difference in fighting strength between the two sides, the so-called difference in military strength was simply insignificant. In fact, even if they didn't join forces with the Lampari Kingdom, with just the Drake Duchy's army, not to mention the Malar Empire's regular army, there wouldn't be any pressure when facing the Frankish Kingdom's army. So, the reason why I'm helping you build this city defense system in Door City, which is not far from the Malar Empire's border, is to defend against the possible attack of the Malar Empire and even the appearance of Magisters. He continued, think about it. If even Magisters can't take down this city, what do you think the Malar Empire will think? What would the other countries on the continent think? Grand Duke Caroline thought for a bit before revealing a smile. If even Magisters can't do anything to us, it means that this land will truly fall into the hands of our Drake Duchy, and no one will be able to take it away. That's right. At that time, you'll no longer be the Grand Duke of the Drake Duchy, but rather the Queen of the Drake Kingdom. He smiled. Chapter 1095. Dole City's location was very strange. This city originally belonged to the Frankish Kingdom and was located to the north of the Frankish Kingdom, close to the border between the Frankish Kingdom and the Malar Empire. This was because the Frankish Kingdom and the Marlow Empire were separated by a mountain range to the north. Dole City was at the exit of a valley that was different in number, so it could be considered a choke point that connected the Frankish Kingdom and the Marlow Empire. Before, the Frankish Kingdom and the Malar Empire had a good relationship and could be considered allies, so Dole City was only a transportation hub. But now that the Frankish Kingdom was destroyed, the area where Dole City was located was divided under the name of the Drake Duchy. Dole City had changed, and its strategic position was very clear. If the Malar Empire wanted to invade again, Dole City was a point that couldn't be ignored. So Sue cooperated with the Drake Duchy this time and prepared to build a complete city defense system for the Drake Duchy. With this, they could resist the invasion of the Malar Empire. Dole City became the first choice. This system was like what Sue said. The goal of developing this system was to provide a complete defense system based on military magic machines for the entire city. With this, they could easily resist the attack of the Malar Empire's army. The final goal was that even if the other side sent out archmagi, they could still complete the defense and make Dole City as solid as soup. But this system had a very serious problem, and that was that the cost of production was too high. Just Dole City alone wasn't that big. If they wanted to set up this system, according to New Flyer's budget, they would need to invest at least 8 million gold coins. So even if New Flyer made a move, they wouldn't be able to set up this system in all the cities controlled by the Drake Duchy. They could only choose a few cities to set up. Dole City was only one of them. Afterwards, they would set up this system in the cities near the Malar Empire in the north of the Drake Duchy, completely sealing off the route that the Malar Empire could use to invade the Drake Duchy. For this, the Drake Duchy estimated that the total investment would reach 70 million gold coins. Although the Drake Duchy had been developing the magic machine industry over the years, guaranteeing their financial income, they couldn't take out such a large investment. Thus, according to the agreement between the two sides, the Drake Duchy would sell a third of the 170,000 square kilometers of the Frankish Kingdom's mineral resources to the New Flyer. They would develop the remaining mineral resources with the New Flyer's payment. As this agreement involved too many mineral resources, there were even some discordant voices within the Della Duchy. They claimed that Grand Duchess Carolyn was simply using the mineral resources that she had obtained with great difficulty to please the New Flyer. It could even be said that she was a traitor. But from a practical point of view, with the Drake Duchy's current capabilities, it was impossible for them to effectively develop these mineral resources. On the other hand, if they were handed over to New Flyer, they would be able to make full use of them. The most important thing was that the Drake Duchy couldn't do without the New Flyer. If they lost the support of the New Flyer, the Drake Duchy wouldn't have been able to develop to this point and wouldn't have been able to resist a giant like the Malar Empire. So compared to the voices of doubt and opposition, the voices of support for Grand Duchess Carolyn were the most numerous in the Drake Duchy. This time, the Drake Duchy had annexed 170,000 square kilometers of the Frankish Kingdom's land, allowing the Drake Duchy's territory to expand by close to 20 times. It could be said that this was the greatest achievement the Drake Duchy had made in the 300 years since its establishment. It was an achievement that even the previous Grand Dukes didn't dare imagine. With the support of this achievement, there was no need to doubt Grand Duchess Carolyn's prestige. Because of this, there were many nobles in the Drake Duchy that wanted Grand Duchess Carolyn to be crowned king, but they were all rejected by Grand Duchess Carolyn. How could I not understand the thoughts of these fellows? Grand Duchess Carolyn's beautiful face revealed a smile of disdain. They're just hoping that after I am crowned king, they will redistribute the land. Humph! These fellows are all staring fixedly at this new piece of land that they've just obtained. These ignorant fellows must be thinking about getting a bigger piece of land right now. This is very normal. After all, they're nobles. Obtaining more land is a tradition of nobles and also represents the glory of nobles. Sui said with a smile. Che, even if I give them a large piece of land, do they have the ability to defend it? The ridicule on Grand Duchess Carolyn's face became deeper. Just like you. Sui, you seem to have the title of Count in the Principality of Constantine, right? Does the amount of land you have under your name have any effect on you? Could it be that people will look down on you because your land isn't big enough? I've always emphasized that my identity is a merchant. Whether it's a noble or a magician, it's just a side effect. Sui shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, There's no point in comparing the size of your territory with me. You might as well compare the amount of money you earn every year. Amount of money you earn every year? Grand Duchess Carolyn looked Sui up and down and narrowed her eyes slightly. Sui, can you tell me how much money your New Flyer makes in a year? Sui immediately laughed in spite of himself. This isn't some shameful secret. You don't need to use this kind of tone to ask. To tell you the truth, our Chamber of Commerce made about 150 million gold coins last year. 150 million gold coins. Grand Duchess Carolyn immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, I always knew that your Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money, but I never thought that it would be this much. Our duchy's annual revenue doesn't even reach 20 million gold coins. That was when you were still a small duchy. Now that you've obtained such a large piece of territory, as long as you operate it well, I think that in a few years, your annual revenue will easily surpass ours. Sui smiled. Also, I need to tell you something else, and that is that our Chamber of Commerce's income report at the end of this year is going to be very ugly. That's not strange. After all, your new Flyers Guards also directly participated in the war this year. War is something that costs a lot of money. If it wasn't for the military magic machines that you produced having an absolute advantage in battle strength, then the war would have dragged on for a long time. No matter if it was our duchy or your Chamber of Commerce, we would definitely have been dragged down by the Malar Empire and the Canla Empire. You're right, so we can't drag it out. We have to end this war in the shortest time possible, Sui said with a serious expression. How do we do that? Grand Duchess Carolyn frowned. The Malar Empire and the Canla Empire's foundations are too deep. They also have so many mages holding the fort. When we face them, we can only be completely passive. When we end the war is completely up to them. That's not necessarily true. As long as we hurt them and let them know that continuing the war will only cause them more harm, they'll take the initiative to end the war. Sui revealed a dangerous smile. First, I need to tell them that mages aren't that safe. Grand Duchess Carolyn looked at Sui in confusion. In the past few years of interaction, Sui had shown more than once that he didn't care about mages or even disdained them. This made her feel very strange. It was reasonable to say that Sui was already a mage, so he should know better than anyone how terrifying a mage's abilities were. Although the military magic machines developed by New Flyer were also powerful, the most terrifying thing about mages was that they were far more flexible than military magic machines. It was very difficult to truly restrict them. Moreover, mages didn't have to expend a lot of effort to use forbidden magic like great mages. Once a mage was allowed to use their full strength, the destructive power they caused was abnormally terrifying. If it was just defense, then perhaps there was still a way. However, if they wanted to counterattack, then it would be a huge headache due to the destructive power of mages. This was also why Grand Duchess Carolyn believed that even though they'd easily defeated the regular armies of the Canla Empire, the Malar Empire, and the other countries, they were still at an absolute disadvantage in the overall situation. With the military magic machines produced by New Flyer, they could easily defend against the attacks of the two empires, but it was basically impossible for them to counterattack. Not to mention mages, just the foundations of both sides were too far apart. Our best choice now should be to consolidate our current gains and absorb them properly, then increase our own strength. Only then will we have the capital to truly contend against the two empires. I don't think it's a good choice to act rashly. Grand Duchess Carolyn couldn't help but advise when she heard the trace of madness in Sui's words. This is your choice as the ruler of a country. It's not wrong. However, Sui smiled and patted her shoulder. Have you ever thought a question? What is the reason why we're able to easily defeat the two empires on the battlefield? Of course, it's because of the military magic machines provided by your Chamber of Commerce. What else could it be? Grand Duchess Carolyn asked in puzzlement. That's right, but it's not completely accurate. Sui shook his head lightly. In fact, in the many battles we've had with the two empires this time, we've discovered that the two empires have done a certain amount of research on military magic machines, and many of them have been put into practical use. The reason why we're able to easily defeat them is because of the technological advantage our Chamber of Commerce has in military magic machines. Have you ever thought about what would happen if our Chamber of Commerce loses our technological advantage over time? Grand Duchess Carolyn's expression changed slightly. It can't be. Your Chamber of Commerce's military magic machines are clearly so much stronger than theirs. How could they possibly catch up? There's nothing impossible in this world. That's why we have to take advantage of the fact that they're still at an absolute disadvantage in this area to fight for enough benefits for ourselves. Don't tell me you plan to. Carolyn looked at Sui in bewilderment. Sui smiled and patted her shoulder again. Wait for my good news. Chapter 1096. When he heard the news of an enemy invasion from his subordinate, Marrow City, Lord Dean Dempsey. Dempsey was stunned. Count Dempsey almost couldn't believe his ears. Enemy invasion? As the current patriarch of the Dempsey family, Dean Dempsey was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of the word enemy since he took over the position of Marrow City City Lord 26 years ago. Even before the Dempsey family had infested this piece of land for more than 400 years, there had never been an enemy invasion of Marrow City. Marrow City was the largest city near the border of the Kamla Empire's southwest province. It was known as the jewel of the southwest province's border. Someone actually dared to recklessly invade such a high-profile city? Or, to put it more bluntly, someone actually had the guts to invade the Kamla Empire's territory? In the 1,000 years of Kamla Empire's history, other than a few rare periods of decline, other than the Malur Empire, which other country in the signs dared to invade the Kamla Empire like this? They were simply courting death. Where did the enemy come from? Did you find out? Also, what are the border guards doing? They actually didn't stop those fellows? Count Dempsey asked with a gloomy face as he walked out, preparing to issue orders. He wasn't a useless, noble city lord and naturally understood that since the enemy dared to invade Marrow City, they at least had a certain amount of confidence in their own strength. If he didn't deal with it properly, even if Marrow City didn't fall, just the little bit of damage that Marrow City suffered from the flames of war was something he couldn't accept. Hearing his question, the subordinate who came to report had an extremely ugly expression. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he replied with a bitter smile, "We found out. According to the information sent back by the spies, the enemy came from the southwest and hung the flag of New Flyer." Count Dempsey's footsteps suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open and his face full of shock. New Flyer? Are you kidding me? Why is it them? No. Where did they get the guts to invade our Kamla Empire? They're just a merchant guild. The subordinate had a bitter smile. He was also filled with doubts about this question, so how could he wait for Count Dempsey to answer it? No, Count Dempsey suddenly trembled as he suddenly thought of the rumors about the New Flyer in the circle of the Empire's nobles. Half a year ago, most nobles of the Empire's nobles were familiar with the New Flyer and the various household magic machines that made their lives. When the nobles gathered to discuss the Frestack Chamber of Commerce, most of them would talk about the high-grade magic sedans the Frestack Chamber of Commerce produced. They would brag that they could buy a custom magic sedan from the Frestack Chamber of Commerce. As for the military strength of the New Flyer, although the nobles of the Kamla Empire had heard about it, most of them only knew that the New Flyer made some powerful military magic machines that were very useful on the battlefield. As for how useful and strong these military magic machines were, other than the nobles of the army headquarters, there weren't many people who knew. But now that half a year had passed, in the war that the Kamla Empire had invaded the kingdom of Ruhr, the New Flyer had truly displayed its unparalleled strength. The New Flyer's guards had directly caused the Kamla Empire's army of 180,000 to be completely routed in less than 2 months. In the end, the invasion was declared a failure, and they helplessly returned to their country. After that, the New Flyer stirred up storms in other parts of the signs, but the Empire had always remained silent and never made a sound. This allowed all the nobles of the Empire to recognize a fact. It was that the Empire's army headquarters had admitted that they didn't have the ability to defeat the Frestack Chamber of Commerce, so they remained silent in front of the Frestack Chamber of Commerce. So all the nobles of the Kamla Empire learned of the strength of the New Flyer for the first time. When they discussed the New Flyer, most of them focused on the strange military magic machines that the New Flyer made. Although Count Dempsey was the lord of a remote territory in the southwest province of the Empire, he was still a noble in the end, so he was very sensitive to this news. So he had long since learned of the military strength of the New Flyer from various sources, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually face the powerful strength of the New Flyer. In the end, the New Flyer was only a merchant company. No matter how powerful its military strength was, no matter how unstoppable its guards were, how could it possibly invade the Kamla Empire? Count Dempsey's heart was filled with doubts, but now wasn't the time to be doubtful. He frowned and thought seriously for a while. then waved his hand at his subordinate, indicating for him to come closer. Immediately send someone to ask for help from the governor's office. His subordinate was startled. Ask for help. Mero City was the most important city on the southwest border of the Kanla Empire. It had 30,000 regular soldiers of the Empire's guards, and it had also recently been equipped with many military magic machines developed by the military headquarters. In terms of defensive strength, it could be called the strongest city in the southwest province aside from the governor's office. Why did the Lord City Lord immediately ask for help when he heard that the enemy was the New Flyer? Although it was said that the New Flyer's guards were strong, it shouldn't be that strong, right? Seeing that his subordinate was still in a daze, Count Dempsey glared at him and angrily roared, "What are you in a daze for? Why aren't you going?" His subordinate was surprised, but he quickly replied before turning to leave. Count Dempsey didn't stop at all as he left the city lord's manor. He took the magic sedan that he had just bought 4 months ago and quickly headed to the garrison camp outside the city. However, before he even reached the city gates, he suddenly heard several shocking explosions outside the city. It shook his magic sedan and made his scalp turn numb. Count Dempus raised his head in shock and saw that the sky outside the city had already been dyed red by the dazzling flames. It was as though even the clouds had been burned. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Count Dempsey suddenly trembled and instantly reacted. The direction the flames came from wasn't it the direction of the garrison camp outside the city. Count Dempus hurriedly opened the door and rushed up the city wall beside the city gate like a madman. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. 3 kilometers outside the city, it was the camp of the 30,000 regular army stationed near Mero City. Now, looking from afar, the camp was completely surrounded by flames. Only the thunderous sounds of explosions and faint shouts could be heard from afar. Count Dempsey was stunned for a while before grabbing the Mero City garrison officer who had rushed over after hearing the news. Immediately send people over to see the situation as soon as possible. Do you understand? The garrison officer's fat face was covered in cold sweat. He quickly nodded and turned to arrange people. Count Dempsey turned to look in the direction of the distant camp, and his heart filled with a chill. Although he had already heard that the New Flyer only had around 20,000 guards, he didn't doubt that with the strength of the New Flyer guards, they could easily take care of the 30,000 soldiers. What really made his heart turn cold was that when he received the news of the New Flyer's invasion, the New Flyer had already arrived at Mero City in the blink of an eye. They had even come into contact with Mero City's greatest reliance. This kind of speed was simply unheard of. He could instantly tell that before the Governor Manor sent reinforcements, the other side would have already taken care of the garrison. If they came to attack Mero City, what would he use to stop them? Perhaps it was in response to Count Dempsey's guess, but after a few minutes, there was a group of strange-looking magic cars that came out of the camp covered in flames and smoke, quickly heading towards Mero City. Looking at it, this team was made up of several hundred magic cars, but with the campsite behind them that was covered in flames, it made people feel like they were demons that had charged out of hell, making people terrified. Count Dempsey took the binoculars from the garrison officer and saw the flags flying above the magic cars. It was the famous Sheenfei flag of the New Flyer with half a wing. It really is those fellows. Count Dempsey gritted his teeth as his face filled with uncertainty. The 30,000 soldiers outside the city couldn't be counted on. Mero City only had 5,000 soldiers and 2,000 guards from the city lord manor, so there were only 7,000 soldiers left. Although there were some homemade magic cannons from the army headquarters on the city walls, how could these imitations of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic cannons compare to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's genuine goods? However, as the Mero City lord, he couldn't give up on resisting. Otherwise, if the army headquarters investigated him in the future, just based on this, he would be stripped of his noble status and would even spend the rest of his life in prison. Damn, no matter what, this is still our Dempsey family's territory. How could we give it up this easily? Count Dempus fiercely cursed in his heart. He turned to the city guard beside him and ordered in a deep voice, "Close all city gates and prepare to defend." The guard officer looked at the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic cars, flying the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's flag in a panic. He thought that even the 30,000 soldiers couldn't stop the attack of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. So, with just a few thousand guards, could they stop them? What are you in a daze for? Count Dempsey kicked the garrison officer's butt. Let me tell you, if you're afraid to fight, do you believe that I won't cut you down right now? The garrison officer's expression turned cold, and he quickly took back his expression. He gave a salute to Count Dempsey before preparing to defend the city. But when he turned, and before he could take 2 steps, he heard the whistles of his subordinates in the distance. Turning to look, he found several flames flying out of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's formation in the distance. They instantly crossed 2 kilometers and hit the high walls of Meow City. Hong, 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 hong. Countless explosions sounded in the ears of Count Dempsey and the garrison officer. Then they were shocked to find that the city walls had collapsed. Chapter 1097. Count Dempsey, you're a smart person. I'm very happy. Captain Hart's tall body was standing in front of Count Dempsey, who wasn't even 1.70 meters tall. He was like a mountain looking down on him, filled with pressure. Because of your wise decision, the citizens of Marrow City won't suffer any more losses from the flames of war. They should thank you for your wise decision as the city lord. I also represent Sir Chairman in praising your correct decision. Before we set off, Sir Chairman had emphasized that he hoped that we could reduce the number of people, especially the number of casualties among the citizens. Now that you have chosen to open the gates and surrender, we are all satisfied. This is very good. Count Dempsey had no expressions on his face, but he was secretly gritting his teeth. Looking at Captain Hart, he wished that he could bite this fellow to death. If possible, he would want to open the gates and surrender. However, as soon as New Flyer appeared, it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. With a wild bombardment, they actually destroyed an entire wall of Marrow City's west gate. God above, Beautiful City was the most important city on the southwest border of the empire, so the city walls had been specially built by the Kandra Empire's army headquarters. Adding in the hundreds of years of careful operation by the Dempsey family, it was now 13 meters tall. The thickest part was close to 10 meters, and the thinnest part was over 5 meters. It was an exaggerated city wall that was over 10 meters tall. Because of these walls, Marrow City was known as one of the top 10 cities in the signs that were hard to capture. In the end, this city wall that could make all the enemies sigh couldn't even last a minute under New Flyer's attack before it was destroyed. Along with the collapse of the city wall, Count Dempsey and all the guards of Marrow City lost their confidence. Even this exaggerated city wall couldn't stop the magic cannons of New Flyer's guards. How could Marrow City defend against New Flyer's fierce attacks? Therefore, Count Dempsey only pondered for less than 2 minutes before straightforwardly deciding to open the city gates and surrender. Of course, now that the entire western wall of Marrow City had been blown up by the New Flyer's guards, what was the point of not opening the city gates? As for what Captain Hart had said, surrendering so readily would allow the citizens of Marrow City to avoid the baptism of gunfire. Although Count Dempsey had considered this, the main reason why he had surrendered so readily was because the New Flyer guards had displayed a terrifying might that far exceeded what Marrow City's guards could withstand. It had even exceeded Count Dempsey's imagination. Even if the Empire's military came to investigate the situation, they wouldn't be able to find fault with him when they saw the collapsed wall outside. Enough. Count Dempsey, withdraw all the garrison troops into the city. After that, do what you need to do. Don't worry about us. Captain Hart suddenly waved his hand and said. Count Dempsey was startled. What do you mean by do what you're supposed to do? Could it be that the current situation wasn't that Marrow City had already been conquered by the New Flyer guards and was under their control? Why did it sound like they weren't planning on doing anything based on Captain Hart's words? Could it be that Marrow City would remain the same? We'll take over Marrow City's defenses. As for the rest, we're not interested. Captain Hart could see Count Dempsey's doubt and explained, We're only here to take over Marrow City. This is the only mission Sir Chairman gave us. As for the other things, we'll consider them in the future. Count Dempus thought about it and felt that this was reasonable. After all, the new flyer guards were only responsible for military operations. As for how to arrange things after taking over Marrow City, that was something for the other departments of the new flyer guards to consider. Soldiers like them naturally didn't need to care. But Count Dempus sneered and looked straight at Captain Hart with a trace of disdain. Do you really think you can take over our Marrow City forever? I admit that your new flyer guards are very powerful. But if your chairman Su thinks that you can really take over our Marrow City with just a few thousand people, then you're too naive. Is that so? Captain Hart glanced at Count Dempus and laughed before waving his hand. A few new flyer guards came up and took Count Dempus away. Captain, I think it's better to get rid of this guy if it's safer. I'm worried that he'll secretly incite the people in the city to rebel. That would be troublesome. Vice Captain Newton of the new flyer guards leaned over and whispered. No. Captain Hart shook his head. According to our intelligence, Marrow City is the territory of the Dempus family. The Dempus family's influence here is deeply rooted. If we imprison him, then others will have some misgivings. If we really kill him, then we'll instead cause a lot of trouble. Newton thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. So he said, then we should at least think of a way to control him, right? Of course. The few elven lads in the squad have already made preparations. They guarantee that he won't be able to do anything. Mind control. Nunes immediately laughed. Seeing that Captain Hart had already made all the necessary arrangements, he relaxed and began to observe the undamaged city wall on the north side of Marrow City. Captain, do you think we'll be able to finish setting things up before the Kamla Empire's reinforcements arrive? I don't know. Captain Hart shrugged. No one knows when the Kamla Empire's reinforcements will arrive. However, what we can be sure of is that as long as they come within 50 kilometers of Marrow City, we'll immediately discover them. Since the reconnaissance airship squad hasn't sent any information, it means that the reinforcements haven't arrived yet. No matter what, let's hurry up. Captain Hart glanced at Newton and frowned. I say, Newton, you're not a brat who hasn't seen blood before. Why do you seem so nervous this time? Newton scratched his head in embarrassment. When I think about how we're invading the Kamla Empire, I can't help but feel a little nervous. Captain, think about it. This is the Kamla Empire. In the history of the continent, other than the Malar Empire, no one else has dared to invade the Kamla Empire, right? Captain Hart curled his lips in disdain. Aren't we already here? Sir President has said countless times that the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire are just paper tigers that look powerful. In reality, the power they hold is far behind this era. However, they still don't realize it and think that they're very strong. When we were in the Kingdom of Ruhr, we fought with the Kamla Empire's army many times. It's not like you didn't see the difference between us. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just worried. Newton licked his lips, looking somewhat worried. The Kamla Empire is the most powerful empire on this continent. We're just a chamber of commerce, yet we've come to challenge the Kamla Empire. Hearing this, Captain Hart's expression suddenly turned solemn. He looked at Newton with a sunken face and said sternly, Newton, if you're afraid, you can go back now. Newton hurriedly waved his hands. No. Captain, you've misunderstood. I'm really not afraid. It's just that I'm not that confident. Look, we've only brought 5,000 people this time. The Kamla Empire can casually send 50,000 or even 500,000 people. I feel that it's not that appropriate. Captain Hart harumphed coldly and waved his hands. He said in a deep voice, Sir President has already repeated this countless times. It's no longer an era where numbers can decide everything. Why don't you understand? Of course, I don't think that Sir President is wrong. It's just that I'm not confident enough. Seeing Newton's troubled expression, Captain Hart sighed inwardly and shook his head helplessly. If even Newton, a high-ranking officer of the Guards, was like this, then there must be a lot of people in the Guards who were thinking the same way. It seemed that it was just as Sir President had said in a private conversation with Captain Hart before they set off. Even though countless actual battles had proven that the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce's military magic machineries had far surpassed this era, far surpassing traditional warfare. It had even broken the traditional concept of using military strength to decide victory and defeat. However, there were still countless people on this continent who still held onto those traditional concepts. Thus, they didn't have enough confidence in the new flyer. That's why the goal of our operation this time isn't to occupy the entire Kanla Empire. That's unrealistic. With the current strength of our Chamber of Commerce, even if we can wipe out all the armies of the Kanla Empire and defeat all the opposing forces, it's impossible for us to truly control the entire Kanla Empire. This is determined by the disparity in scale between the two sides. Captain Hart recalled what Sue E had said at that time and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Sir President's mind was very clear. It definitely wasn't blinded by the numerous victories that the new Flyer Guards had participated in. Our true goal is to shatter the traditional concepts in everyone's hearts. We'll make them realize that the current era has truly changed. We'll make them truly accept the changes that the magic machine industry has brought to this world. We'll make them accept that our new flyer is leading the development of this era. In order to achieve this goal, we'll have to shatter the most powerful monster in everyone's hearts. That is the Kanla Empire. As for how to shatter it, we'll have to do it bit by bit through this operation. The first step is to shatter something that represents invincibility in everyone's hearts. Chapter 1098. Even if the Southwest Province's Governor Manor had reacted quickly enough, sending reinforcements to beautiful Gauze City as soon as they received the news, they were limited by the speed of communication. When the reinforcements arrived outside beautiful Gauze City, it was already 4 days after the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's guards had taken beautiful Gauze City. This batch of reinforcements was a mix of 3 regiments that had been stationed in the Southwest Province for a long time. There were over 50,000 soldiers, so it could be seen how important this invasion was to the Southwest Province's Governor Manor. The reason why the 50,000 soldiers were able to rush here from the Southwest Province's provincial capital, which was more than 300 kilometers away from Meluo City, was also because they had received strict orders from the governor's office to take back Meluo City from the enemy as soon as possible. After all, the Kanla Empire hadn't been invaded by enemies other than the Malar Empire in several hundred years. There had even been a case of a city being broken through. Now that such a serious case had occurred in the Southwest Province, the Southwest Province's Governor Manor was under a very heavy pressure. However, when the 50,000 reinforcements arrived outside Meluo City, they couldn't even approach the city walls. They were forced to stop 3 kilometers away from the city walls by the incomparably dense cannon fire, not being able to move forward at all. What kind of fucking battle is this? The commander of the reinforcements, Marquis Di Natale, looked at the huge craters in the ground in front of him. He then looked at Meluo City, which was barely visible in the distance. He angrily threw his sword to the ground. After leading the reinforcements here, he had already launched 4 attacks on Meluo City. However, each time they moved out, they would be hit by the powerful magic cannons that covered the sky from Meluo City. After paying a large price, they still couldn't break through this tight blockade and reach Meluo City. During this entire battle, not to mention fighting the enemy, they didn't even see the enemy's shadow. As for reaching the goal of taking back Meluo City as soon as possible, that was simply a fantasy. Sir, it seems like it's not a good idea to attack from this direction. According to the reports, the new flyer only sent out 5,000 guards this time. We should make use of our superior numbers and split up to attack Meluo City. As long as we charge into Meluo City, the powerful military magic machines of the new flyer guards won't be of any use, the staff officer suggested to Di Natale Marquis. Di Natale Marquis pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After that, he summoned the other commanders of the reinforcements and had a meeting to discuss the battle plan. After that, the 50,000 reinforcements were divided into 4 groups. One of the groups, 20,000 men, would remain and continue to be led by Di Natale Marquis. They would continue to exert pressure on Meluo City in the north of the city. The other three groups split into three groups, circling around Meluo City and attacking from three different directions. With the strength of the new Flyers guards, it would be very difficult for them to deal with attacks from four directions. As long as the reinforcements could enter Meluo City, it would be difficult for the new Flyer guards to fully utilize their advantage in military magic machines, allowing the reinforcements to fully utilize their advantage in numbers. However, the plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Marquis de Natali was still leading the remaining 20,000 reinforcements to stay where they were, waiting for the other three reinforcements to send the signal to attack at the same time. Suddenly, a dark cloud flew over from the southwest direction, almost covering the entire sky. De Natali Marquis and the other leaders of the reinforcements looked up, and their expressions all changed. The dark cloud in the sky was clearly formed by magic airships. To be able to form such a large shadow in the sky, with a rough look, there were at least 50 of them. De Natali Marquis didn't have time to think about where these magic airships came from. He immediately ordered the magicians of the army to attack. Everyone knew that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic airships could keep flying in the air, so they could attack them from above. The only ones who could threaten the magic airships were the magicians, who could also fly. But when the magicians of the army were halfway up, they saw several dazzling beams of light coming from the magic airships. These beams of light were incomparably thick and fast. The magicians who were flying up couldn't dodge them at all, and could only take them head-on. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the magic shields that these advanced mages had put up vanished like bubbles under the illumination of a light beam. Seeing the magicians in the sky fall down like kites with their strings cut, De Natali Marquis' heart sunk bit by bit. Even the magicians couldn't do a thing to the magic airships. Wouldn't they just be beaten? However, what De Natali Marquis didn't expect was that after the magic airships shot down the magicians and flew above the reinforcements, they didn't move at all. They just silently floated in the air like they were watching a play. De Natali Marquis and the other generals of the reinforcements were a bit confused. With the absolute advantage of the magic airships in the air, if they wanted to take care of them, it wouldn't take any effort at all. But now that the magic airships were acting like this, what did they want to do? De Natali Marquis took a pair of binoculars and carefully looked it over. After confirming that the magic airships above them did indeed come from a new flyer, he felt even more confused. After thinking for a bit, he turned to look at Meluo City in the distance and suddenly understood something. After shoving the binoculars into the arms of his adjutant, Marquis de Natali mounted his beloved warhorse and gestured for his subordinates not to follow him. He then slowly rode his horse toward Meluo City in the distance. As expected, seeing that he was riding alone, the Meluo City side didn't fire any magic cannons, allowing him to quickly arrive at Meluo City. "Is there the leader of the new flyer guards up there? Can you come down and talk?" De Natali Marquis looked up at the tall walls of Meluo City as he shouted. After a while, three figures jumped down from the walls and landed in front of De Natali Marquis. The two silhouettes landed gracefully, as if they were leaves drifting down without a sound. The other figure fell like a giant rock, creating a large pong sound that was very shocking. Marquis de Natali calmed himself down and dismounted from his horse. His gaze swept across the faces of the three figures, and he realized that the two graceful figures were two male elves, while the one with the frightening aura was a brawny human. "Let me introduce myself. I am Dwayne de Natali Marquis, the commander of the reinforcements. May I ask which one of you is the person in charge of the new flyer?" De Natali Marquis asked. "Oh, I never thought that Sir Marquis would personally come. It really is a surprise." That large human man laughed before pointing at himself. "I'm the person in charge here, as well as the captain of the new flyer guards, Hart." "Captain Hart, is it?" De Natali Marquis looked at the two male elves who were also wearing the uniform of the new flyer guards and tactfully didn't ask. After pausing, he continued, "I want to ask, what is the goal of your operation this time?" "Sir Marquis, your question is a bit strange. Isn't what we're doing very obvious? We're invading your Kamla Empire. Look, the Meluo City behind us is the first city we're attacking. we'll be attacking one city after another before finally attacking your capital, Wimbledon City. You're lying. Di Natale Marquis looked at Captain Hart with a sunken look before turning to point at the several dozen magic airships in the sky. If this is your goal, why aren't those fellows moving? You clearly don't have any intention of wiping us out. Captain Hart gave a shrug. No, you're mistaken. Sir Marquis, we just don't want to waste our precious ammunition on opponents that aren't worth mentioning. Of course, if Sir Marquis is stupid enough, we don't mind teaching you and your subordinates a deep lesson. Marquis Di Natale took in a deep breath. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the raging flames of fury that were rising in his heart. He had personally led an army of 50,000 elites, but they weren't even worth mentioning in the eyes of these fellows. This was simply the greatest insult to him. However, he had no choice but to admit this fact. Whether it was the repeated setbacks when they attacked Beautiful City or the appearance of the magic airships that he couldn't do anything about, it all showed that even if the army he led had a large advantage in terms of numbers, they couldn't resist at all in a real battle. It was like Captain Hart said, if they really wanted to, just with the 50 magic airships in the sky, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the end, they might not even be able to escape. The other side didn't do this because they had another goal. Or perhaps it was like Captain Hart's words had implied, that their reinforcements were just opponents that weren't worth mentioning. Then who was their real opponent? Sir Marquis, you can go back. We aren't interested in wiping you out, so if you want to retreat or stay outside Marrow City to watch the play, it's up to you. But I must warn you, don't try to approach Marrow City. Otherwise, I won't mind teaching you another lesson. Captain Hart suddenly said with a cold face. Marquis Di Natale was stunned. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Captain Hart with a gloomy face. I don't know what you want to do, but I'm warning you. You are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Captain Hart laughed. Perhaps you're right. But playing with fire doesn't always lead to self-destruction, right? After saying this, Captain Hart gestured for them to go ahead. Di Natale Marquis took a deep look at him before giving a snort. He turned to get on his horse and quickly left. Chapter 1099. More than 300 kilometers northeast of Marrow City, in Baybril, where the governor's office of the Southwest Province was located, the atmosphere was much more tense than usual. 5 days ago, the news of the fall of Marrow City reached Baybril. At first, the people didn't pay much attention to it. They thought that this bold enemy would be easily crushed by the Empire's army. However, just yesterday, another shocking news came back. The 50,000 troops sent by the governor's office to Marrow City had all fallen in Marrow City. Only the commander of the Yuan army, Di Natale Marquis, managed to escape alone. This news immediately caused the people of Baybril to fall into a panic. The fall of Marrow City could be attributed to the Empire's soldiers underestimating the enemy. However, the 50,000 reinforcements sent by the governor's office were the elite troops of the Southwest Province. Now, all of them had fallen in Marrow City. These enemies were powerful to this extent? No, Your Grace. The enemy this time is much stronger than you think. Di Natale Marquis looked at the governor of the Southwest Province, Duke Charles, and added with a serious expression, Don't say that the 50,000 reinforcements I lead are no match for them. I believe that even if all the troops of the Southwest Province were to go all out, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Duke Charles stared at Di Natale Marquis for a long time with a sullen expression. He couldn't help but have a trace of surprise in his eyes. If he hadn't known Di Natale Marquis for so many years and understood his character very well, he definitely wouldn't have believed these words. He knew that Di Natale wasn't the kind of person who would talk nonsense and deliberately exaggerate to cover up his failure. What a joke. Forget about the 30,000 troops stationed in Marrow City being wiped out. Now, even the 50,000 elite troops he sent were defeated and returned. Oh no, they didn't even return. According to Marquis Di Natale's report, those damn Frestec Chamber of Commerce guards didn't put their 50,000 people in their eyes at all. They even treated attacking them as a waste of ammunition. Di Natale Marquis didn't have the slightest intention of refuting this statement. He even said in front of Duke Charles that even if all the troops of the Southwest province were to go all out, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to them. According to what you said, should I just surrender to those new flyer guys? Thinking of this, Duke Charles couldn't help but ask coldly with a hint of mockery. How could Marquis de Natali not hear the meaning in Duke Charles's words? However, he could only give a helpless, bitter laugh before continuing. If the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's goal is to defeat all the resistance in our Southwest province, I believe that they can do this. But their goal doesn't seem to be here. Duke Charles frowned deeply. Then what do you think their purpose is? At the very least, they captured Meluo City, right? Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace. They're just enough. Duke Charles slammed the table angrily and interrupted de Natali Marquis' words. I've heard enough of your flattery of the enemy. Now that the enemy has taken over Meluo City, do you still want me to stay here and do nothing while they do whatever they want? Your Grace, the truth is that we don't have the ability to resist them. De Natali Marquis spread his hands helplessly. I think we have to admit that the new flyer has now mastered many powerful military magic machines that we can't even hope to reach. Our combat strength is not on the same level at all. If we insist on fighting them, we'll only be sending ourselves to our deaths. So we're just going to wait here for them to take over Meluo City, then take over the other cities in our Southwest province one by one. Finally, they'll swallow Meluo City, swallow the entire Southwest province, and finally swallow the entire empire? Duke Charles said coldly. Of course not, I just feel that. Your Grace, we should report the specific situation here to the military and let the big shots in the military make a decision. You don't need to worry about this. I have already reported the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's invasion. I believe that in just a few days, the army headquarters will react. After saying this, Duke Charles suddenly cursed in a low voice in an angry voice. If it wasn't for those damn fellows hindering us, we would have built a magic communication network with Wimbledon with the help of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. We would need to wait several days for a call like this. Marquis de Natali opened his mouth, but he decided to give up on reminding Duke Charles. Among the people stopping the Frestac Chamber of Commerce from building the magic communication network, Duke Charles was one of them. Your Grace, we're now. Duke Charles glanced at him and snorted coldly. Of course we can't just sit here and wait for news from the military and ignore Meluo City. De Natali, 3 days later, picked 10,000 people from the 5th Legion and go to Meluo City to provide support. De Natali Marquis was stunned. 5th Legion? 10,000 people? De Natali Marquis almost thought that Duke Charles was joking. The so-called 5th Legion was actually the last legion in the Southwest Province's regular army, although it was considered a regular army legion. In fact, the main task of this legion was to be responsible for logistics, engineering, and other miscellaneous work. They had no combat experience at all, and even their weapons and equipment were not complete. They were just miscellaneous soldiers with almost no combat ability. Not to mention 10,000 people. Even if the entire 5th Legion sent 40,000 people to Meluo City, the situation would only be worse than the 50,000 reinforcements. What? Don't you understand? Duke Charles narrowed his eyes and asked de Natali Marquis, Do you want me to repeat it again? De Natali Marquis opened his mouth and was about to ask Duke Charles why he sent 10,000 people from the 5th Legion as reinforcements. However, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the strange expression on Duke Charles's face. His heart suddenly lit up and he understood. Yes, Your Grace, I understand. However, you only gave us 3 days. Isn't that a little too rushed? I think it will take at least 5 days. No, it will take at least a week to prepare. After all, the enemy is very powerful. If we don't prepare properly, we won't have much chance of winning. Duke Charles showed a satisfied smile and shook his head gently. He replied, No need. The people of Meluo City can't wait that long. The big shots in the military can't wait that long either. 3 days is enough. I believe the military will respond in 3 days. De Natali Marquis understood what Duke Charles meant. He immediately nodded and agreed. A week later, when Dinatali Marquis led 10,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion, who could not even maintain a complete marching formation, to a place 5 kilometers away from Marrow City, they met up with the first batch of 50,000 reinforcements who had stayed here for 10 days. The news immediately spread to Marrow City. Hey, it seems that the nobles of the Kanla Empire are not fools. They know what they should do. Captain Hart only glanced at the intelligence report. He immediately shifted his attention away from it. Is there any movement in other areas? For example, the military of the Kanla Empire hasn't responded? Hey, just 3 days ago, the idiots of the Kandra Empire's army headquarters were still arguing. I don't believe that they can come to a conclusion in just 3 days. The Vice Captain Nunes on the side said with a look of disdain. That's why it's not all good for a country to be too big. Look at it now. It's so difficult to make a decision. Unfortunately, I really hope they can be more daring and come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I continue to stay here, my body will rust. Captain Hart sighed. Isn't that so? If it's not you, I've been bored to death these days too. Newton also complained. Over the past few days since they had taken Meow City, perhaps it was because the city lord Count Dempus had fallen into their control, but no one in Meow City dared to resist. So the citizens of the city were very obedient, and there were no signs of unrest at all. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce guards who had already prepared for this didn't even need to prepare a plan. Of course, according to the intelligence report, the Dempus family had never treated the citizens of the territory they ruled well. There had even been a small riot last year. As a result, more than 1,000 citizens were injured or killed. In this situation, perhaps the citizens of the Kanla Empire would think that Count Dempus falling into the hands of the New Flyer was a good thing. Captain Hart even believed that if they didn't consider the goal of this operation and just focused on occupying the city, as long as they drove away the tens of thousands of Kanla Empire soldiers outside, they wouldn't need to spend that much effort to truly take Marrow City. After all, when it came to buying people's hearts, the New Flyer had a unique advantage that other powers couldn't compare to. That was that the New Flyer could easily lead the economic development of an area, clearly improving the living conditions of most people and letting them live better lives. These citizens of the Kanla Empire didn't have any loyalty to their lord, so their concept of the Kanla Empire was even weaker. If there was someone who could let them live better lives, naturally it would be easy to obtain their loyalty. This was something that the New Flyer had done in Banna City and had done many times in the Principality of Constantine. Now that the New Flyer's employees were all very loyal to the company, they were willing to follow the New Flyer to make their lives better and better. Who wouldn't know how to choose when compared to staying under the Count's rule and not being able to fill their stomachs? Of course, before considering these problems, they had to take care of the biggest obstacle first, which was the main goal of Sir Chairman personally arranging this operation. Perhaps it was because he sensed the thoughts in Captain Hart's heart. A guard in charge of communication suddenly ran over and loudly reported to Captain Hart. Reporting to the captain, there are large amounts of high-energy reactions coming from the northeast. Chapter 1100. About 10 minutes later, a group of densely packed black dots flew over from the sky northeast of Marrow City. Finally, they stopped 3 kilometers away from Marrow City and stopped advancing. Captain Hart grabbed the binoculars and looked over, only to see mages wearing mage robes flying in the air. Are these guys from the Kanla Empire finally making a move? But do they think that these guys are enough? Captain Hart sneered. He turned to Nu and said, "Have our brothers greet these honorable magicians." "All right," Nunes replied straightforwardly. He turned around and gave the order. A moment later, more than 10 bright, pale green rays of light suddenly shot out from the city walls of Marrow City and shot towards the mages in the sky northeast of Marrow City. The mages had just stopped when they suddenly saw the dozen or so rays of light shooting towards them. They were instantly shocked. The magicians opened their arms in unison, and magic shields of various colors appeared in front of them, shielding them. The dozen or so rays of light had already collided with these magic shields in the blink of an eye, and exploded one after another. It was different from the explosion of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's normal magic cannonballs. Although the explosion of these 10 faint blue lights wasn't small, there were visible faint blue ripples that spread in all directions after they exploded, instantly covering a large part of the surrounding space. Affected by these light green ripples, the entire space seemed to be stirred up like the surface of water and became turbulent. The mages in the air suddenly discovered in shock that they seemed to have lost control of magical elements in an instant and could not even maintain flight magic. Many mages simply fell from the sky. Fortunately, when they fell halfway and were about to hit the ground, they found that they had regained control of magical elements and hurriedly stabilized their bodies. Otherwise, just this attack alone might have caused many mages to fall to their deaths. The mages in the air were still in shock. If quite a few magicians fell to their deaths under the attack of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards, that would be a large joke. However, after carefully recalling what they had just experienced, the rest of the mages obediently landed on the ground. This was the first time these magicians felt that it was much more reassuring to stand on the ground than to fly in the air. When Captain Hart saw the reactions of the magicians in the distance through his binoculars, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! These magicians' biggest advantage in the past was that they could fly, while others couldn't. Now we have to let them know that flying at such a high altitude is not as safe as they think. Noyce, who had returned to Captain Hart's side, also laughed out loud. The magic theories of these fellows should have been eliminated a long time ago. However, the chairman has already publicly announced it countless times, yet no one is willing to believe it. We have to beat them into submission. These guys alone won't be able to defeat all the traditional magicians. Did you detect any reaction from the magisters? Captain Hart asked. We haven't detected it yet. However, even if there is a great magus among them, when they cast ordinary flight spells, their mana fluctuations won't differ too much. It's normal that we can't detect them, Noyce replied. And it is indeed like this. Captain Hart nodded. All right, since the other side isn't willing to show themselves, we'll try to force them out. Order the Magic Tank Brigade to prepare to attack. We'll carry out the first step of the plan. Yes. 10 minutes later, the Canla Empire magicians who had just recovered from the chaos suddenly found that the north gate of Marrow City was wide open. There were strange-looking magic cars that were like iron boxes charging out of Marrow City, quickly heading towards the first batch of reinforcements to the west of Marrow City. Half of these magicians immediately flew to the first batch of reinforcements, planning to stop these monsters that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had named magic tanks in front of them. However, when these magicians flew up, there were several dozen rays of light that came from the walls of Marrow City, exploding in the sky above them. After the previous experience, they were very clear that the magical elements in the space enveloped by the ripples of light green radiance had already fallen into a completely uncontrollable state. If they still rashly flew up, they would fall back down again. In the worst-case scenario, they might be seriously injured by the chaotic magical elements. Helplessly, these magicians could only barely fly off the ground. They relied on flying at a low altitude to meet the magic tanks that had already driven out of Marrow City. However, before they could approach, the top half of the magic tanks turned 90 degrees, and the thick steel pipes that were moving forward turned towards the magicians flying over. Seeing the black holes in the steel pipes, the magicians had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, after that, there were several dozen rays of different colored light that came out of the steel pipes, instantly appearing in front of them. The first to fly over were the 10 faint blue lights. The same color, the same reaction. After the faint blue light exploded, these magicians felt the magic elemental energy around them go out of control, and they couldn't stop falling out of the sky. While they were falling out of the sky, there were several dozen fire red and faint white lights that came flying over. Hong, 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 hong. There were dazzling flames that exploded in the air. The magicians in the air couldn't even control the magic elemental energy to fly, so it was impossible for them to set up magic shields to defend themselves. So after this series of terrifying explosions, there were only 10 magicians with the highest level and fastest reactions that escaped. The rest of the magicians weren't spared at all. Seeing such a result, the rest of the mages in the distance fell into a dead silence. They were the magicians that had received orders from the army headquarters to come back to attack Marrow City. They thought that with their large team of over 100 magicians, as well as the high-level magicians among them, they could easily take back Marrow City. But they never thought that before they could even reach Marrow City, in just a few clashes, they would lose close to half of them. The other magicians looked at the steel monster like magic tanks in the distance and Marrow City in the distance, feeling a chill fill their hearts. In any war before, the appearance of a large group of magicians was enough to decide the outcome of a battle. What really decided the outcome was always the quantity and quality of magicians on both sides. This was because compared to normal soldiers, magicians had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. But now that the new flyer guards hadn't sent out a single magician, these elite magicians that were hired by the Kamla Empire's army headquarters had suffered heavy losses. At the same time, they hadn't been able to cause any damage to the new flyer guards. This result was something that no one had expected. The most important thing was that the abilities of the new flyer guards in the battle just now were just too terrifying. They didn't know what those faint blue lights were, but they could actually mess up the magic space around them. It made it so that these magicians couldn't control the magic elements as they normally did, which was equal to making them have zero abilities as magicians. On the contrary, the new flyer guards weren't restricted by this at all and could still release such terrifying attacks. With this reversal, it made these magicians seem like they couldn't even truss up a chicken in front of the new flyer guards. This was the first time they had seen this kind of situation in the Kamla Empire's army headquarters, so it really shocked them. After being stunned for a bit, the surviving magicians couldn't help looking at the center of the team. There was their biggest reliance on this trip, as well as the strongest backing and trump card in their hearts. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding magicians, Archmagus Ophalion slightly knit his brows and asked Archmagus Reduca beside him, "Hey Reduca, don't you feel that the attack we met just now was a bit similar to the characteristics of my magic domain?" Archmagus Reduca raised his head to look at the sky and closed his eyes to think for a moment before lightly nodding. It's a bit similar, but it's not exactly the same. The magic elements in your magic domain are berserk and can only be controlled by you. In the attack we met just now, it only made the magic elements in the surrounding magic space difficult to control, but it didn't have much offensive or destructive power. Simply put, it's just a small anti-magic domain. But isn't this a weapon that can be used against low-level magicians? Archmagus Ophalion looked at the distant Marrow City and took a deep breath. I now suspect that Su-E clearly stole part of the characteristics of my magic domain from our previous battle and then transferred it to the military magic machines used by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. Archmagus Reduca looked at Archmagus Ophalion in shock. Why do you think so? Although Su-Yi's talent in magic is unquestionable, isn't it too inconceivable that he was able to figure out the characteristics of your magic domain after just one exchange? Archmagus Ophalion's face sank. You should have studied the strange metal component that Su-E left behind last time, right? Yes, I've been studying it recently, and the more I study it, the more inconceivable it is. New flyer, or rather, how did Su-E research such a fine magic tool? Moreover, I can't even completely understand the principles behind this magic tool. If you listen to what Su-E said and read the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly, you might understand a bit more. Archmagus Ophalion said. You read it? Archmagus Reduca was stunned. He always thought that Archmagus Ophalion was very disdainful of Su-E and New Flyer, but he didn't think that he would be even more enthusiastic about reading the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly than him. It seemed like the fact that the two of them couldn't keep Su-E from fighting together last time was a huge blow to Ophalion. Yes, I seriously read all the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly that I could find, and then I found that. I couldn't understand it. Chapter 1101. Su Yi shook his head. I've seriously read that kid Su Yi's article word by word. I can understand the meaning of each word, but I can't understand the meaning of the entire article at all. Archmagus Ophalion raised his hand and stopped Archmagus Reduca from speaking. But even if I can't understand, I'm very clear in my heart that the article is very reasonable. It definitely isn't some random nonsense that Kid Su Yi made up. Combined with the new Flyers' achievements these past few years, I have to admit that what Su Yi said to us before might have some truth to it. What Su Yi said? Archmagus Reduca was stunned. He finally remembered that when Su Yi had fought with the two of them last time, he had told them that their magic theories were outdated. At that time, Archmagus Reduca didn't think much of it, but Archmagus Ophalion had scoffed at it. However, in less than half a year, Archmagus Ophalion's attitude had greatly changed. Not only did he take the initiative to study the new magic theory that Su Yi had mentioned that he disdained before, he even admitted that his magic theory was outdated. Then you mean? Archmagus Reduca looked suspiciously at Archmagus Ophalion. Archmagus Reduca had always been a partner of the Kamla Empire's military headquarters and would listen to their orders most of the time. When the news of the new Flyers Guards invading the Kamla Empire and taking down Marrow City reached the military headquarters, it immediately caused a commotion. The military headquarters attached great importance to this. Not only did they send the most elite magician legion, they even asked Grand Magus Carmilla to personally make a move. Archmagus Ophalion was different from Archmagus Reduca. He had teamed up with Archmagus Reduca to deal with Su Yi because of Marshal Sudirman's face. This time, when the military headquarters sent Archmagus Reduca to fight against the new Flyers Guards, he had received the news from somewhere and requested to join the battle. The military headquarters naturally wanted this, so they had the two of them come together and act as the core of the Magician Legion. However, they had just made contact with the new Flyers Guards, and Archmagus Ophalion had said these words to boost the enemy's prestige and destroy their own morale. This really was something that Archmagus Reduca never expected. Don't misunderstand. I'm just feeling emotional. There's no meaning. Archmagus Ophalion let out a soft sigh as his expression returned to normal. What we need to do now is very simple. We need to take care of the new Flyers Guards. It would be best if we could capture some of the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's guards and see some of their military magic machines to study. That would be very helpful to us. Yes, that's what the military thinks as well. Leduca nodded. Archmagus Ophalion nodded. In the battle with the Kingdom of Rur last time, the magic cannons and other military magic machines of the Empire had a clear difference compared to the new Flyers' military magic machines. The military headquarters were very dissatisfied with this, so we need to get a new batch of new Flyers' military magic machines to study. Archmagus Ophalion suddenly gave a laugh of ridicule. Reduca, if you read the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly, you wouldn't be saying this. That kid Su Yi had said several years ago that the military magic machines weren't things that could be made just by copying them. This was related to the entire magic machine industry. Without enough technology as a foundation, it is impossible to make something that can compete with the new Flyers' military magic machines. Archmagus Reduca looked at Archmagus Ophalion with knit brows. Ophalion, why do I feel that? You're leaning more and more towards the new Flyer? I'm just leaning towards the truth. Archmagus Ophalion softly replied. Of course, this doesn't stop me from being a citizen of the Kamla Empire. All right, stop wasting words. Let's go. Based on the situation just now, the normal magicians won't be of any use. How about we bring the great magicians to try first? I'm also thinking the same thing. Archmagus Reduca nodded in agreement before heading off to pick people. Archmagus Reduca was one of the 9 great archmagi of the Kamla Empire. He was also the honorary commander of the Magician Corps under the military headquarters, so he had a high prestige in the hearts of the magicians under the military headquarters. Under his orders, the 13 great magicians that came this time were quickly picked out. They formed a small team with him and Archmagus Ophalion, flying towards Marrow City. The other magicians were all left behind and retreated a bit, waiting for the other reinforcements from the military headquarters. The small team of magicians that included 2 great archmages and 13 great magicians quickly attracted the attention of the new flyer guards. They had just flown a bit when several dozen light green rays of light shot out from the city walls of Marrow City. However, this time, the light green ripples caused by the light green rays of light didn't have much of an effect on the 15 magicians. They continued to stably fly towards Marrow City at high speed. It looks like the big fishes have finally made their move. Captain Hart revealed a faint smile on the city walls. Noons passed down the order to prepare the second part of the plan. Yes, countless specks of weak light suddenly flew out of Marrow City. It was like a starry sky had suddenly risen from the city walls. It was very beautiful. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca, it instantly put them on guard. These specks of light, they had seen them before when they fought Su-E. At that time, Su-E had used the light from these strange metal parts to form a strange magic domain. Not only had he easily escaped from the suppression of the 2 of them, he had even passed through the magic suppression array of Wimbledon City, which had a very strange effect. When Archmagus Reduca was chasing the new Flyers magic airship team, he had also encountered a similar situation. But the goal of those magic airships was to stop him from using forbidden spells. Although they were both trying to escape, the specific principles behind it were probably very different. Now that the new flyer guards in Marrow City had released these things again, it was unknown what goal they had. Everyone be careful. Be careful at all times. Archmagus Reduca had just given this reminder to the 13 great magicians beside him when he saw the 2 great magicians flying in front suddenly hit something and fly back. The several great magicians behind the 2 of them hurriedly acted at the same time to help them regain their footing. Then, they looked forward in astonishment, only to see that in the void, there were streaks of lightning flickering with extraordinary colors that were gradually fading away. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca looked at each other in surprise at the same time. This scene was clearly the same as when the magic suppression array in Wimbledon City was activated. It can't be that this kid Su-E has only touched the magic suppression array once, and he already knows the principle behind it, and can even imitate it, right? Archmagus Ophelion couldn't help saying with wide eyes. That's impossible. Archmagus Reduca immediately shook his head to deny this guess. The magic suppression array in Wimbledon City was carefully made by countless archmagi over several hundred years. Even if Su-Yi's talent is strong enough to understand it, it wouldn't be easy for him to imitate it. It's even more impossible for him to set it up outside Marrow City in such a short period of time. That's right. Archmagus Ophelion was silent for a bit before flying forward. He sent out a trace of magic and felt that there was a change in the magic space in front of him. The feeling it gave him was very similar to the magic space affected by the magic suppression array in Wimbledon City. After thinking about it, his magic wildly surged, and his unique magic domain was activated, attacking the magic space in front of him. When his magical domain came into contact with that abnormal mana space, the large area of mana space in front of him immediately became like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured into a basin of water. The magical elements within it became extremely violent. Archmagus Ophelion was caught off guard and was stirred up by the wild magic elemental energy, almost causing him to lose control of his magic. It was a good thing that his control of magic had already reached the realm of being able to control it as he wished. Once he felt that something was wrong, he immediately withdrew his magic. Archmagus Reduca and the other 13 great mages weren't ordinary people, so they naturally easily sensed the change in the magic space in front of them. Their expressions immediately changed. The guards of New Flyer were actually able to create such a terrifying magic space seal with a casual move. This was far beyond their expectations. What do we do now? The other 13 great mages all looked at Archmagus Reduca. Archmagus Reduca didn't say anything. He raised his head and released his magic, probing in all directions. After a moment, His magic had already probed all the space within a radius of 2 kilometers with him as the center. The results showed that there were no problems in other directions, but there was an arc of strange magic space in front of them that almost covered all of Marrow City. It was clearly to stop them from approaching Marrow City. We don't have any good ideas for now. Everyone, use your full strength and break this strange magic shield in front of us. Archmagus Reduca thought about it and said. Archmagus Reduca thought about it before saying, as long as we break this barrier, I believe that the new flyer guards of Marrow City won't be able to stop us. All right. The other great mages all agreed. When everyone was about to make a move, a great magician suddenly pointed to the sky to the right in front of them in surprise. Everyone looked up and saw that in the sky to the south of Marrow City, there was a team of several dozen magic airships flying over like a dark cloud. Everyone's eyes fell onto the magic airships, and they saw countless dazzling milky white lights coming out of each magic airship, instantly appearing in front of everyone. Feeling the terrifying power of these lights, not only the 13 great magicians, even Archmagus Ophalion and Archmagus Reduca's expressions changed. Chapter 11:02. It was already too late to dodge, so Archmagus Ophalion, Archmagus Reduca, and the other 13 great magicians could only release magic shields with all their might, covering themselves in them. The dozens of milky white rays of light collided with the magic shield, but the explosion wasn't as intense as everyone had expected. In fact, even the sound of the collision was very soft. They could only hear dozens of soft pops that sounded like balloons bursting. Afterward, the dozens of milky white rays of light scattered into milky white dots that filled the sky, enveloping a large area of the surrounding space. This is bad. Just as Archmagus Ophalion and Archmagus Reduca had time to shout, they immediately felt the surrounding mana space become extremely unstable. With their powerful magic power, it was actually very hard for them to maintain their magic shields. As for the other 13 great magicians who were weaker than them, they were swaying in the air. Not to mention maintaining their magic shields, it was a bit hard for them to maintain their magic shields in the air. It was very clear that the attack they suffered this time was similar to the light blue rays of light that the new Flyers' magic tanks fired from the walls of Marrow City. It was an attack that could greatly disrupt the magic space. This kind of attack was something that the new Flyer had specially developed for magicians because normal soldiers couldn't even sense the magic elemental energy in the magic space, not to mention being affected by the disruption of a magic space. But the difference was that the attack of the several dozen rays of light from the magic airships was clearly on a higher level. In the previous attack, the great mages in the team were able to maintain a relatively relaxed state without being affected. But now, even Archmage Ophalion and Archmage Reduca were greatly affected by this attack. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this attack was. Ophalion, it seems like your guess before was wrong. The new Flyer isn't completely based on your magic domain. At least when facing your magic domain, I don't feel that it's that hard. Archmagus Reduca said with a frown. Archmagus Ophalion's face sunk as he looked at the several dozen magic airships in the sky with eyes filled with doubt. Hearing Archmagus Reduca's words, he couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know. Perhaps that kid Sue, he has his own understanding, or perhaps the Frestech Chamber of Commerce has developed something that belongs to them during this time. In short, our current situation isn't very good. Let's think of a way to solve the problem in front of us. Archmage Reduca nodded and took a deep breath. He mobilized his mana with all his might, trying to use the characteristics of his magic domain to stabilize the chaotic magic space around him. However, as soon as he moved, the magic airships moved again. This time, these magic airships didn't shoot out milky white light like before. Rather, there were several dozen flames that flew out. The faces of the 15 mages, including the 2 magisters, changed dramatically when they saw this. There was no need to use mana to detect them. Just by looking at them, one could see the terrifying power contained within those dozens of flames. But because of the attack just now, The magic space around them had become chaotic, so they couldn't control the magic elemental energy at all. Naturally, they couldn't maintain a complete magic shield like before. If they lost the protection of the magic shield, the defenses of these magicians wouldn't be stronger than normal people. Under such a terrifying attack, if they couldn't dodge it, there was only death. These magic airships attacked very quickly. As soon as they came out of the magic airships, they arrived in front of the magicians in the blink of an eye. At this time, the only ones who could resist were the two archmagi. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Leduca didn't dare hold back at all. They released all their magic and released their magic domains at the same time, covering the 13 great magicians around them. Although the characteristics of their magic domains were different, with the tacit understanding between the two of them, when they released their magic domains, the surrounding magic space was under their control again. The chaotic magic space was once again under their control. At this time, those dozens of flames with terrifying might were already flying at them. The two great magi didn't think too much as they once again mobilized all their magic power. They actually managed to gather all the magic elements in the mana space that they had managed to control with great difficulty. They opened two huge magic shields, protecting the two of them and the other 13 great magi behind them. Hong, 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 hong. This time, the attack wasn't as silent as the previous one. Instead, dozens of bright balls of fire instantly exploded in the air, turning the entire sky into a bright red color. The violent explosion spread far and wide, causing the first batch of reinforcements sent by the governor's manor of the Southwest Province and the remaining great mages to tremble in fear. Although they were confident in the two incomparably respected archmagi and the 13 powerful great magicians, the attacks of a new flyer's magic airships were just too terrifying, so they couldn't help feeling worried. About a minute later, the explosions stopped completely, and the flames faded away. Gradually, more than 10 figures were still floating in the air. The other people from the Kamla Empire looked over, and seeing that there were exactly 15 figures, they let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that no matter how terrifying the attacks of the new flyers' magic airships were, they couldn't do anything to the incomparably powerful archmagi. Subconsciously, they had already ignored the other 13 great mages. However, hearing the cheers from the army and the magicians who stayed behind, Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca looked at each other before revealing bitter smiles at the same time. Although they had indeed blocked the terrifying attack just now and were still able to maintain a complete magic shield, which seemed easy at first glance, they had in fact consumed a large amount of mana just to use the magical domain to regain control of the surrounding mana space. And in order to block those terrifying attacks, their magic consumption had become even more terrifying. In just a bit of effort, the magic that seemed bottomless to the other magicians had been reduced by close to a third. If this happened a few more times, they didn't have the confidence to block it again. Archmagus Reduca had a thought before giving a sigh. He turned to the other 13 great magicians and said, "All right, you can all go back." The other 13 great magicians were all stunned. Archmagus Reduca's words meant that they were useless here, but thinking about it, they felt that Archmagus Reduca's thoughts weren't wrong at all. In the attack, just now, they had already used all their strength to stabilize themselves in the air. And in the following attacks, if it wasn't for the two archmagi protecting them, even if they didn't explode, they would have been close to death. Thus, in all seriousness, not only would they not be of any use by staying here, they would instead become a burden to the two mages, forcing them to expend more energy and mana to protect them. Thinking of this, the hearts of the other 13 great magicians dimmed. They were all respected great magicians. Even in the Kamla Empire, any one of them would be respected by tens of thousands of people. They were at the top of the pyramid of magicians, but now they had become a burden. But no matter how unwilling they could only accept the facts in front of them. Not to mention that the two honored archmagi were in front of them. It wasn't their turn to feel disappointed. Thus, the 13 great magicians could only nod in agreement and turn to leave. But the new flyers' magic airships didn't stop at all. When they were about to move, there was another attack. This attack was a combination of the previous two attacks. First, there were several dozen milky white rays of light that shot out, followed by several dozen fire red rays of light. Humph! Do you want to keep all of us here? Archmagus Ophagon gave a cold snort. He released all his magic and expanded his magic domain ahead of time, controlling the magic space in front of him and above him. We'll cover you. All of you retreat first. Archmagus Reduca waved his hand at the 13 great magicians before turning to learn from Archmagus Ophagon, using his magic domain ahead of time to control the magic space. After the previous attacks, they had some experience. They knew that they had to control the magic space around them before the milky white rays of light destroyed it, so they could deal with the next attack. As expected, after a while, the first several dozen milky white rays of light collided with Archmagus Ophagon's magic domain and exploded just like before. Then Archmagus Ophagon felt that his magic domain had suffered a serious attack, which made his control over his magic domain much weaker. This fact made him very surprised. As a magical domain that could only be mastered by Archmage-level mages, it had already surpassed the level of understanding and mastery of other mages. Normally speaking, unless they met another Archmagus, it would be possible for their magic domain to become unstable. But now New Flyer clearly didn't send out a single magician, not to mention an Archmagus. Just the attacks of the magic airships had the power of an Archmagus, which was very terrifying. Hong, 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 hong. The several dozen flames behind the milky white rays of light hit the magic shield that Archmagus Ophagon had prepared ahead of time, creating a series of explosions. Archmagus Ophagon felt that his magic power had decreased with each explosion, so he knew that he couldn't keep going like this. Reduca, we can't keep taking hits like this. How about... Archmage Ophalion turned his head to Archmage Reduca and stopped halfway through his sentence. He was surprised to see that the other 13 great magicians who had listened to their orders to withdraw were all still behind them at this moment, and hadn't withdrawn at all. Archmagus Ophagon knit his brows. When he was about to ask, one of the great magicians swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with an ugly expression, "Your Excellencies, we can't leave." Chapter 1103. Can't get out. Archmage Ophagon was stunned. What do you mean? Another great mage who was the furthest away from Archmage Ophalion reached out his hand and flicked the air in front of him. Streaks of lightning flashing with strange colors appeared out of thin air and quickly spread out. In an instant, it had already covered an area of more than 10 square meters in the air. Archmagus Ophagon's expression changed. Magic forbidden domain? Shouldn't this be in front of Marrow City? Why is it behind us? Hong, 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 hong. There was another series of explosions, but it was Archmagus Reduca blocking another wave of attacks from the New Flyer magic airships. Who? Ophagon. I just checked again, and this magic forbidden domain changed its range when we were focused on the magic airships. Now it's covering us in all directions. It seems like those fellows from New Flyer had already planned this, using this trap to lure us in. Archmagus Reduca said in a panting voice. How is this possible? The anti-magic domain array takes a long time to lay down. It's already good that those fellows from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could defend Beauty City. How could they change the range in such a short period of time in the middle of a battle and even accurately surround us? Archmagus Ophagon said in a loud voice with a look of disbelief. This is the truth. Archmagus Reduca flew up with a sunken face and reached out a finger. There was a flash of magic at the tip of his finger before he poked out. The void that seemed very normal. When it came into contact with Archmagus Reduca's finger, it was like a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Countless different colored lightning bolts appeared in the sky and wildly flashed in all directions, covering the entire sky in just a moment. Looking up, one would discover that these bolts of lightning had formed a semicircular cover in the air, extending all the way down to cover an enormous space about 50 meters tall and nearly 100 meters in diameter. It was just enough to cover the 15 mages, including the 2 archmages. Archmagus Opharian looked around, and his expression greatly changed. Reduca, are you certain that this barrier is the same as the magic forbidden domain in Wimbledon City? No. Archmagus Reduca floated down and shook his head. It's clearly not the same. Once the magic forbidden domain in Wimbledon City is activated, it will block all magic. Whether it is from the inside to the outside, or from the outside to the inside, it will block all magic. As for the one around us, it shouldn't be called a magic forbidden domain. Rather, it's a magic cage prepared for us. We can't go out, but the attacks from outside can still come in. Look! Archmagus Ophagon knit his brows. He gathered all his magic and released his magic shield, blocking the attacks of New Flyer's magic airships. But this time, his expression was not as relaxed as it was before. After withstanding 3 attacks, he realized that half of his mana had been depleted. Is there a way to get out? Archmagus Ophagon asked. Archmagus Reduca was silent for a bit before saying with a nod, I'll try with them. You block the other side's attacks first and buy us some time. Of course, if you can't hold on, it's my turn. Archmagus Ophagon let out a sigh of relief. There's no problem for now. But if these fellows keep attacking like this, I won't be able to hold on for long. I know. Archmagus Reduca patted Archmagus Ophagon's shoulder before waving his hand at the other 13 great magicians. They gathered around the strange magic cage and began studying it. Archmagus Ophalian watched as the magic airships in the sky released several dozen more flames. He took a deep breath and focused his mind as he began using all his magic. Hong, 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 hong. The explosions in the air didn't stop, but when they fell into different people's ears, they had different reactions. The first batch of reinforcements from the southwest province outside the city were filled with fear. Although the remaining magicians were worried, they weren't that worried because they knew that there were 2 archmagi inside, so it was impossible for there to be a problem. As for the people on the New Flyer's side of Marrow City, they weren't worried at all, but they were a bit nervous. This wasn't New Flyer's first time facing an Archmagus-level enemy. 8 years ago, New Flyer had been ambushed by 2 Archmagi and killed one of them, making New Flyer famous. But that time was different from this time. That time, it was Archmagus Levenhasek seeking his own death, running to the New Flyer headquarters to fall into a trap and die. But this time, it was New Flyer who took the initiative to attack, setting up a trap in the Kamla Empire to deal with an Archmagus. The difficulty of the 2 was completely different. Although this fellow had practiced countless times before, each Archmagus was different from the others. They were all super experts that couldn't be estimated. In the eyes of most people, it was almost impossible to kill an Archmage. Although everything was going smoothly now, the other side had 2 powerful Archmagi, so it was hard to predict what would happen. So even if the other side's big fish were being beaten, Captain Hart didn't dare relax at all. He kept in contact with the magic airships in the sky. There's still half of the ammunition left. If we maintain the current attack frequency and strength, it'll be used up in 17 minutes. Hearing the news from the magic airships, Captain Hart thought for a bit before grabbing another magic communicator. The magic tanks listened to my orders, immediately set off towards the Kamla Empire's reinforcements. Drive the enemy 5 kilometers away from Marrow City and don't let them enter this range. If the operation fails, retreat to the southwest as quickly as possible. There can't be any delays. Captain, does this mean we don't care about you? Stop wasting words. Listen to my orders. Yes. Captain Hart hung up the magic communicator before turning to say to Nolans, have the logistics team load some ammunition and head out of the city from the south gate. Prepare to support the magic airships. After saying this, he picked up the first magic communicator and connected to the magic airships. Magic airships, arrange the order and head out to the south gate to replenish the ammunition. But during this time, you have to keep suppressing the other side's great magicians and archmagi. You can't let them relax at all. Understood? Understood. Wolrod, lead the Elven Guard team into the city. You have to maintain the stability of the city. If you see anything strange, don't be polite. Do you understand? Understood. All right, go. The captain of the Elven Guard squad, Wilrod, immediately led the other 2 Elven guards down the city wall. After a while, the Elven guards disappeared from Marrow's city like shadows. After giving this order, Captain Hart let out a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the great magicians and the 2 arch-magi being bombarded by the magic airships in the distance. Deciding this operation, deciding this battle, even deciding the fate of New Flyer and the Canla Empire, even deciding the future development of the signs, it all depended on this confrontation. If they succeeded, New Flyer's future development would be bright. If they failed, the consequences would be hard to predict. Thinking of this, the experienced Captain Hart couldn't help feeling nervous. Of course, compared to Captain Hart, the ones who were the most nervous were the 2 arch-magi and the 13 great magicians in the center. If they failed, it would be related to their lives, which was more important than anything else. However, even after Archmagus Reduca and the other 13 great magicians studied it for a while, they still couldn't understand the principle of the strange magic barrier around them, not to mention breaking it and dragging them out of this cage. Although they didn't know why, but the attacks of the New Flyer's magic airships were a bit weaker than before. Sensing that Archmagus Ophelian's magic domain was taking effect bit by bit, Archmagus Reduca knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. All right, let me do it. Archmagus Reduca gave a sigh before flying forward to speak to Archmagus Ophelian. This thing's characteristics are a bit similar to your magic domain, so it should be easier for you to study it. Archmagus Ophelian looked at Archmagus Reduca, knowing that he was just looking for an excuse. However, he knew that he didn't have enough magic, and if he didn't change people, he might not even be able to take 3 waves of attacks. So he nodded and changed places with Archmagus Reduca. Flying to the side of the great magicians, he asked them a few questions. After understanding the progress of their research, Archmagus Ophelian slightly knit his brows. There wasn't enough time, and the environment wasn't good, so they didn't have enough magic materials. They didn't have enough conditions to study this strange magic barrier bit by bit, so naturally they couldn't break it. Thinking of this, Archmage Ophelian waved his hand to signal the other 13 great mages to retreat. After concentrating for a moment, he reached out with both hands, and all the remaining mana in his body crazily surged. He then reached out with both hands, and black ripples that represented spatial cracks circled around them as he probed the strange magic barrier. Since it was impossible to break it with research, he would use brute force to break it. Chapter 1104. Countless different colored ripples suddenly appeared around Archmage Ophelian's hands. It was as if a dazzling silk had sprouted from his hands. In an instant, it had already spread to the sky and the surrounding void, extending all the way down to the ground. If it was said that Archmage Reduca and Archmage Ophelian had only used their magic to detect the approximate size and shape of the magic cage that was blocking their path, then now, through these strange, flickering patterns, the magic cage was completely displayed in front of everyone. Looking around, the magic cage really did cover the 2 archmages and the 13 other great mages from top to bottom, left to right in all directions. Although the flickering patterns no longer appeared after extending to the ground, Archmage Ophelian didn't need to specifically investigate to be certain that the magic cage that the New Flyer guards had meticulously built definitely wouldn't have such a large hole in the ground. It was definitely a complete sphere that sealed off all directions and didn't give them a chance to break out. Of course, Archmage Ophelian didn't have any thoughts of trickery right now. He just wanted to rely on his powerful magic and understanding of magic to forcibly break out of this magic cage. Although this magic cage's characteristics were a bit stronger than the anti-magic domain array in Wimbledon City, it was still a magic barrier-type magic array that had been set up temporarily. Whether it was strength or thickness, it was far inferior to the anti-magic domain array in Wimbledon City. However, when a magic released by Archmage Ophelian's hands collided with the abnormal magic space within the magic cage, The changes that occurred greatly exceeded his expectations. Archmage Ophelian's plan was to use his powerful magic to directly interfere with this magic space and restore it to its normal state. This was equivalent to creating a hole in the magic cage and allowing everyone trapped inside to escape through this hole. If his target was the anti-magic domain array in Wimbledon City, he definitely wouldn't do this. This was because the anti-magic domain array in Wimbledon City was built by countless powerful mages of the Kamla Empire over the past few hundred years. Its strength was based on the incomparably powerful magic array in the palace. That magic array would have an endless supply of magic crystals at all times, and there would be at least 5 great mages guarding it. If Archmage Ophelian wanted to use this method to forcibly remove the restrictions of the anti-magic domain array, it was equivalent to directly going against the giant magic array that had been built by countless mages for hundreds of years and the 5 great mages guarding it. Even if he was an incomparably powerful archmage, he still didn't have any chance of winning. However, the magic cage that trapped them this time was clearly set up temporarily and didn't have such terrifying conditions. Therefore, he had enough confidence to forcibly break it. However, when he released his magic power, he found that it hit thin air. This abnormal magic space was the same as other magic spaces. It was filled with magic elements, and because of the abnormality of the magic space, it could be easily sensed. However, no matter how much Archmage Ophelian urged his mana, the magic elements were not affected at all. They continued to flow chaotically, as if Archmage Ophelian's enormous mana that most mages couldn't compare to didn't exist. Archmage Ophelian had been exposed to magic since he was 6 years old. It had already been close to 70 years. He had been in contact with the magic elements in the space every day and even communicated with them. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where the magic elements were not affected by his magic power. Archmage Ophelian tried to change the speed and intensity of his magic power output, but the magic elements continued to move as they wished and were not affected at all. After experimenting for a while and seeing that there was no effect, Archmage Ophelian pulled his hands back and left the strange magic space. He flipped his right hand, and a small fireball appeared in his palm. This was only a normal fireball spell, but it proved that there was no problem with Archmage Ophelian's magic power. The only problem was that strange magic space. After thinking for a bit, Archmage Ophelian condensed magic power in his right hand and instantly brought a small space in front of him into his special magic domain. He then carefully controlled his magic power and let the magic domain slowly approach the strange magic space in front of him. Just as the edge of the magic domain touched the magic space, Archmage Ophelian suddenly felt that the magic elements at the edge of the magic domain he controlled were instantly affected by the magic space. The magic elements in the space were instantly out of his control. A magic domain was an extremely profound topic for an archmage. It represented a mage's ultimate control over the magic elements in the magic space. But now, with just a light touch, Archmage Ophelian immediately lost control of one of the magic domains. This kind of situation could only happen when another archmage used their higher attainments in the magic domain to suppress it. It was the first time Archmage Ophelian had seen a strange magic space attack him and cause him to lose control. Oh, because he lost control of the magic domain, Archmage Ophelian also lost control of his magic. There was a backlash from the magic, and he suffered quite a bit of internal injuries. Seeing Archmage Ophelian suddenly spit out blood, the 13 great magicians around him were shocked. "Your Excellency Ophelian, are you all right?" A great magician flew over to support Archmage Ophelian as he asked this in a worried voice. Archmagus Reduca, who had just blocked another wave of attacks from the New Flyers magic airships, was also shocked. He couldn't help asking, "Ophelian, can you still hold on? How about you rest a bit before trying again?" Archmage Ophelian shook his head. "There's no time for me to rest now." After saying this, he looked at the several dozen magic airships floating in the sky and gave a bitter laugh. I never thought that with two archmagi working together, we would actually be forced into this situation by the new flyer. No one would believe it if this was said. Archmagus Reduca also shook his head with a bitter smile. This new flyer has been creating miracles since they appeared, so I'm not surprised that they can reach this point. You have to know that just a few days ago, Archmagus Reduca opened his mouth before shaking his head with a sigh. Forget it. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Ophalion, I should be able to block no more than 5 attacks. How about you? The expressions of the 13 great magicians changed. Archmagus Reduca could only block no more than 5 attacks, but the new flyer's attacks didn't seem to be weakening at all. After these 5 attacks, they wouldn't be able to leave, nor would they be able to resist. Could it be that they could only wait for death? Archmagus Ophalion knit his brows in thought before taking a deep breath, like he had made his decision. Reduca, hold on a bit longer. Everyone else, come over. Archmagus Ophalion waved his hand at the other 13 great magicians, having them come over. Seeing his actions, Reduca raised a brow and said in a surprised voice, Ophalion, could it be that you want to? That is very dangerous. There's no other way. We can only give it a try. Archmagus Ophalion waved his hand before turning to the other 13 great magicians and saying with a serious look, Everyone, I need to borrow your strength to give a try. The other 13 great magicians looked at each other before nodding. Your Excellency, Ophalion, please give the order. That's right, we're already at this point. There's nothing to worry about. Just tell us what you want to do. Yes, please guide us. Archmagus Ophalion gave a happy nod before raising his hands again. Relax, don't have any thoughts of resisting. After saying this, Archmagus Ophalion mobilized his magic power and opened his magic domain, enveloping the surrounding 13 great magicians. The other 13 great magicians felt the change in the surrounding magic power and reflexively wanted to mobilize their magic power to resist, but they immediately thought of what Archmagus Ophalion had just said and relaxed their minds, allowing the magic domain to envelop them. Very good. Now start mobilizing the magic power in your bodies. Follow my guidance and gather together. With Archmagus Ophalion's explanation, the magic power of the other 13 great magicians was released from their bodies and gradually gathered together under the influence of the magic domain. Under normal circumstances, due to the differences in magic power between different magicians, if 2 different magicians' magic power came into contact with each other, it would most of the time lead to very serious consequences. It was very dangerous for the powerful magic power of 13 different great magicians to be gathered together. This was because it was very likely that the magic power of these 13 great magicians would collide head-on, and the 13 great magicians would suffer a serious magic backlash. But now, under the guidance of Archmagus Ophalion's magic domain, these 13 different magic powers had completely gathered together. Under the guidance of Archmagus Ophalion's magic power, they had almost merged into one. After finishing these preparations, Archmagus Ophalion began to mobilize this abnormally powerful magic power. It could even be called terrifying magic power to crazily condense the magic elements in the surrounding space and crazily compress them. As more and more magic elements gathered in the small space, the space in front of Archmagus Ophalion began to change little by little. In the beginning, it was only the space that began to distort. Then, little by little, it was as if everything was falling into this space. Even light was falling in. It looked even more terrifying than a spatial crack caused by ordinary spatial magic. In the end, this space even seemed to have solidified into a sphere that was suspended in the air, as if it came from another world. The other 13 great magicians all held their breaths as they nervously looked at this strange black sphere. They could feel that this black sphere contained an incomparably terrifying power. Once it was released, not to mention destroying the heavens and earth, even space itself would be shattered. It was clear that Archmagus Ophalion had created this strange black sphere in order to seal off their escape route in this magic cage. But would it work? Chapter 1105. When Archmagus Alfarian was prepared to push the black ball that contained incomparably terrifying power into the strange magic space of the magic cage, there was a long sigh that came from the sky behind them. AI, Archmagus Alfarian, if I was you, I wouldn't choose to do this. Archmagus Alfarian stopped in surprise. He and the other 13 great magicians all turned to look in the direction of the voice. There was a figure that slowly fell down from the sky, stopping around 500 meters away from the magic cage. Everyone looked into the distance and immediately recognized the identity of the person who had suddenly appeared. Su-yi, the New Flyers chairman. His image often appeared in the newspapers of various countries and had already spread through the signs. Even the normal citizens could recognize him, not to mention these peak magicians. Not to mention that Archmagus Alfarian and Archmagus Reduca had fought with Su-yi before, so Su-yi had left a deep impression on them, so they recognized him with a single glance. Chairman Su, you're here now. Are you here to laugh at me and Reduca? Archmagus Alfarian gave a cold laugh, but his heart sunk. In order to deal with this situation, he and Archmagus Reduca had already used up most of their magic. Even in a normal situation, the two of them couldn't do anything to Su-yi, not to mention in this situation. Even if Su-yi made a move, the two of them didn't dare guarantee that they wouldn't have a chance to live. Su-yi didn't even need to make a move. He just needed to stop them from destroying the magic cage and let those damn magic airships bombard them, and they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. No, I just don't want you, Archmagus Reduca, and these 13 important great magicians to be buried here, Su-yi said while shaking his head. You don't want us to be buried here? Archmagus Alfarian looked at Su-yi with wide eyes and couldn't help saying with a laugh, if you don't want to kill us, why would you spend so much effort to set up this trap to lure us in? My goal isn't to take your lives. In my opinion, you, Archmagus Reduca, and these 13 great magicians are all very precious talents. It would be a pity to lose any one of you, so I never planned on killing you. Then why did you spend so much effort? Archmagus Alfarian said with a cold snort. Is it just to trap us for fun? Of course not. Actually, I only had one goal, and that was to prove to everyone that mages were no longer the key to victory on the battlefield. Even archmages weren't enough. Or to put it more bluntly, I want all magicians to leave the battlefield to return to their positions. Su-yi's said with a serious voices. Magus Alfarian, Magus Magician to Magus to Alfarian's Tuzes a confused look. Chairman Su, what do you mean? Archmagus Reduca couldn't help knitting his brows as he asked this. Su-yi was silent for a moment before flying over. With a wave of his hand, the magic cage that had been covered in ripples of light due to Archmagus Alfarian's magic suddenly disappeared. A great magician was stunned for a moment before tentatively reaching out with his hand. He released a trace of magic to investigate that strange magic space, but he found that the magic space had already returned to normal. He carefully flew over and found that he wasn't obstructed at all. He could fly freely in the air, as usual. In an instant, the feeling of regaining his freedom swept through his body, rousing his spirit. Seeing this great magician's actions, the other 12 great magicians also began to move, flying in different directions. A moment later, it was proven that the strange magic cage that had shrouded them earlier had really disappeared. They were no longer confined to this small space like they were before. This fact made all the great magicians extremely happy. In that kind of situation, not to mention the 13 great magicians being helpless, even the 2 incomparably respected great magicians were powerless. Although Archmagus Alfarian had used a novel magic that they had never thought of before, gathering all of their magic together, it seemed to have a terrifying power that could break this stalemate, but no one could guarantee a 100% success rate. Moreover, from what Su-yi had said when he suddenly appeared, even if Archmagus Alfarian had done it, he might not have succeeded. It might even lead to terrifying consequences. Therefore, from the situation just now, they had already fallen into a desperate situation. Now that the magic cage had been removed by Su-yi with a wave of his hand, everyone had regained their freedom. Naturally, the sky was clear and boundless. Archmagus Alfarian and Archmagus Reduca weren't as relaxed as the 13 great magicians. On the contrary, their brows were tightly knit as they looked at Su-E with a doubtful expression. "Chairman Su, what do you want to do?" Archmagus Alfarian asked in a deep voice. "I've already told you my goal." Su-E replied. "Actually, I spent all this effort to set up this trap to target the Archmagi of the Canla Empire, but I never thought that it would be the two of you." Archmagus Alfarian gave a cold snort. "Reduca is an Archmagus specially hired by the Empire's army headquarters. Of course he would come. With my relationship with Marshal Sudiman, of course I would come. You should have seen this last time." Su-E nodded to show he understood. "The other thing I didn't expect was that Your Excellency Alfarian actually grasped such a terrifying method of using magic. It really surpassed my plans, and I had to come out to stop you." Archmagus Alfarian looked up slightly and said with a proud look, "What? You think that your trap can't stop me and your laughable magic airships can't do anything to us, so you decided to make a move yourself?" Su-E revealed a faint smile. "Your Excellency Alfarian, do you think that if I went all out, what are the chances of you and Archmagus Reduca surviving?" Archmagus Alfarian's expression changed. Although he was still arrogant in front of Su-E, he was very clear in his heart that he had almost run out of magic. If Su-E went all out, with his power as an Archmagus and his strong understanding of magic, even if he didn't use all his life-saving skills, Su-E would still be holding back. In the end, the chances of escaping from Su-Yi's hands would be very low. Archmagus Alfarian didn't say anything, but Archmagus Reduca thought for a bit before saying with a nod, "You're right, my magic has almost been used up. If you go all out, I might not be able to escape at all." After saying this, Archmagus Reduca gave a bitter laugh before continuing, "I've imagined myself dying countless times in my life, but I never thought that in a situation where the other side didn't even send out a single magician, I would run out of magic and wouldn't even be able to escape. Chairman Su, I have to admit, the power of your new flyer's military magic machines has far surpassed my expectations. This isn't just the power of the military magic machines. The more important thing is that my company and I have far surpassed your understanding of magic." Su-E said. Archmagus Alfarian couldn't help giving a snort. "Chairman Su, are you joking? Perhaps you've surpassed my and Reduca's understanding in certain aspects, but your company, do you think that's possible?" "Of course it's possible." "No, it's not possible, it's a fact." Su-Yi's expression was serious. "Let's not talk about anything else. Do you know what the magic barrier that trapped you was?" Archmagus Alfarian and Archmagus Reduca looked at each other with ugly expressions. They had researched magic for dozens of years, but this was the first time they had encountered magic that they couldn't understand at all. Even they were helpless against it. If this was the result of New Flyer's research, then at least they couldn't compare in this aspect. Seeing the two silent, Su-E turned to Archmagus Alfarian and said, "Sir Alfarian, do you know why I stopped you?" Archmagus Alfarian gave a cold snort. "Isn't it because you're worried that if I break this ridiculous magic barrier, you won't be able to trap us?" Su-E shrugged and spread his hands, "But I've already taken the initiative to open it." Archmagus Alfarian's expression changed slightly. "Who knows what you're planning?" Archmagus Reduca pondered for a bit before asking, "Chairman Su, you mean, if Alfarian does this, we might all lose our lives?" "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty," Su-E replied with a serious expression. Archmagus Alfarian immediately gave a cold smile with a face full of disbelief. "Sir Alfarian, how about we make a bet?" Su-E suggested. Archmagus Alfarian looked at Su-E with a cold smile, but didn't say anything. "I can simulate the situation just now and let you try it once. As for the result, you can decide for yourself. If you feel that the consequences aren't worth worrying about, then it'll be my loss. I'll have a new flyer guards immediately withdraw from Marrow City." Archmagus Alfarian and Archmagus Reduca's expressions changed. If the new flyer guards took the initiative to withdraw from Marrow City, it would save them a lot of effort. "What if I lose?" Archmagus Alfarian asked. "If you lose, then you and Archmagus Reduca are no longer allowed to interfere with the disputes between the New Flyer and the Canla Empire. Sui said. Archmagus Alfarian pondered for a bit before nodding. I can agree, but I can't replace Reduca. I can also agree. Archmagus Reduca interrupted. Archmagus Alfarian looked at Archmagus Reduca in shock. Archmagus Reduca smiled at him and said, If the result is as Chairman Su said, then what you just did might cause all of us to die here. That means that the New Flyer already has the ability to kill us. If I continue to participate, wouldn't I be seeking death? Archmagus Alfarian frowned as he looked at Archmagus Reduca. After thinking for a bit, he reached out and patted Archmagus Reduca's shoulder. All right, if Marshal Sudiman dares to cause trouble for you, then I'll stand with you. Relax, Marshal Sudiman isn't that stupid. Archmagus Reduca said with a faint smile. Archmagus Alfarian turned to look at Sui. All right, Chairman Su, Reduca and I have accepted your bet. How do you plan on simulating the situation we just encountered? Wait a moment. Sui revealed a smile and reached out to take out a small magic communicator. Chapter 1106. After a moment, Sui ended the call and gestured for Archmage Alfalian and Archmage Reduca to wait. After a while, Archmage Alfalian and Archmage Reduca both sensed a strange change in the mana space in front of them near Marrow City. The two of them looked at each other and nodded in unison when they sensed a familiar feeling from the changes. The abnormality of this mana space was exactly the same as the magic cage that had trapped them. It was clear that the New Flyer Guard had used some unknown method to change the mana space in front of them. But this time, when they released their mana, they clearly sensed that the magic space was only a cuboid that was more than 20 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. Due to the fact that they couldn't use their mana, they couldn't accurately determine the thickness of the cuboid. It wasn't like the magic cage that formed a perfect sphere that enveloped all of them. The two of them relaxed because this meant that Sui had the intention of letting them try again and didn't want to trap them again. Of course, with their current situation, Sui could easily get rid of them if he cooperated with the New Flyer Guards. There was no need to go through so much trouble. All right, Sir Alfalian, you could try doing what you did just now. Of course, I have to remind you to stay far away from that mana space because the consequences of the mana space collapsing are far more terrifying than you can imagine. After saying this, Sui floated back a bit and made an inviting gesture. This guy is so far away. Isn't he afraid that we'll turn around and run? Archmage Alfalian looked at Sui, who had flown over 100 meters away, and asked with a frown, What does he have to worry about? With what little mana we have left, even if we barely manage to escape, we definitely won't be able to escape his final pursuit. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have any intention of killing us, so why should we run? Besides, Alfalian, are you really not curious? Archmage Reduca asked back. If I wasn't curious, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to him. Archmage Alfalian coldly snorted and waved his hand at the 13 great mages who didn't know what to do, indicating for them to come over. He then explained his conversation with Sui and expressed his intention of trying to break through the special mana space with everyone's mana. The other 13 great mages naturally didn't have any objections. They had been ordered to listen to the two archmages and were also very curious about the situation that Sui had described. This was the magic power of Archmage Alfalian and a total of 13 other great mages. Its strength was naturally terrifying, so how could it not break through a simple magic barrier? Even if this magic barrier had trapped all of them inside, it would still be able to break through it. Sui in the distance curiously watched as Archmage Alfalian and the 13 great mages stood in the air. Then he could feel the changes in the surrounding magic space under the influence of Archmage Alfalian's magic domain. Finally, the magic released by the 13 great mages was gathered bit by Archmage Alfalian. The method that Archmage Alfalian used had indeed exceeded his expectations. This special magic cage's target was currently an Archmage, so it wasn't a problem to trap Archmage Ophelion, Archmage Reduca, and the other 13 Great Mages. But now, Grand Magus Ophelion had gathered the mana of 13 other Great Mages into one. This meant that he had obtained a large amount of mana that exceeded the level of a Grand Magus in a short period of time. This definitely exceeded the limit of what this magic cage could withstand. So that meant that if Archmage Ophelion had released that black ball, it was very likely that it would have broken this magic cage. However, it would have created a terrifying effect, and the final result wouldn't have been able to be reversed. Sue, he had been hiding in the magic airship fleet the entire time, observing the battle. He never thought that this unexpected situation would occur, and he would be forced to appear. He knew that whether it was Archmage Ophelion, Archmage Reduca, or even the other 13 Great Mages, to be able to become magicians at their level, they would have a strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Just relying on words to convince them was impossible. Only by telling them the results of their actions with ironclad facts would they truly realize the significance of this incident. Very soon, Archmage Ophelion had gathered the magic of the other 13 Great Mages, and there was another black ball that represented the extreme spatial compression in front of him. Archmage Ophelion suddenly turned to look at Sue. Sue revealed a smile and made a pleased gesture. Archmage Ophelion coldly snorted and moved the mana within his body. The black ball quickly flew towards the rectangular-shaped mana space that they had sensed had already changed. Everyone's eyes were focused on the black ball, watching it travel over 200 meters in an instant. The black ball quickly came into contact with the strange magic space. As soon as it came into contact, the space that couldn't be seen with the naked eye suddenly released countless sparkling lines, while also releasing a high-frequency Z sound. The black ball had indeed gathered the magic of Archmage Ophelion and the 13 Great Mages. The countless sparkling lines that appeared in the magic space were instantly sucked in. However, at the same time that one pattern disappeared, more patterns would appear. In the blink of an eye, the huge mana space was revealed to everyone because it was filled with glittering patterns. Seeing that the lines were actually confined to a rectangular-shaped space, Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca exchanged astonished gazes. Normally speaking, powerful mages could use their control over the magic elements to forcefully create a special magic space. For example, the magic domain that the two of them controlled as archmages were a very obvious example. However, the magic space that mages created was a perfect sphere and wouldn't appear in any other shape. This was because mages could only use magic to control the magic elements in the space around them to form a special magic space. Then, depending on the strength of a mage's magic and their control over the magic elements, the range of influence would be different. However, due to the limit of their sensing range, it would form a spherical space with them as the center and the sensing range as the radius. Unless it was a special situation, no mage would create a special magic space because it would only increase the difficulty and they wouldn't be able to fully display their strength. Now, he had only used the magic communicator to say a few words, and the new flyer guards in Marrow City were actually able to create a rectangular-shaped magic space that looked extremely standard. It was truly amazing. Just based on the magic space, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards in Marrow City had a better grasp of the magic space than all the great magicians. They weren't weaker than Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca. If the two of them were also trapped inside just now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the new flyer guards had a better grasp of the magic space than the two of them. However, this was the strangest point. There were definitely mages in the new flyer guards, but they didn't even have great mages as guards, let alone archmages. But under such circumstances, how could they manifest such a powerful level of mana space? Could it be that they relied on the strange military magic machines in New Flyer? These questions flashed through the minds of the two archmages, but most of their attention was still focused on the collision between the black sphere and the mana space. The black sphere was constantly absorbing the colorful light patterns that burst out of the magic space. It looked like streams of light suddenly appeared in the void and flew into the black sphere. The scene was gorgeous and strange. However, no matter how much the black sphere absorbed, the colorful light patterns would always appear again, and the frequency was getting higher and faster. The black sphere that absorbed the light patterns was also getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 minutes, the black sphere had more than doubled in size. If one were to pay more attention, they would find that the magic space was getting more and more abnormal. As the light patterns kept appearing and being absorbed by the black sphere, the magic space slowly dimmed. It was as if even the color was being absorbed by the black sphere. As the black sphere grew bigger, the color of the space became darker and darker. Finally, it became pitch black, as if the entire space was being affected by the black sphere. In the periphery of the rectangular space, shrouded by the abnormal magic power, there were obvious signs of spatial instability. One could even see the magical elements condensing in various strange ways on the periphery, automatically generating all kinds of strange magical phenomena. Aphelion, this is Archmagus Reduca, stared at the magic space that seemed like it could collapse at any time with a nervous expression. Archmagus Aphelion's face was as calm as water. He no longer had the unconvinced expression he had when facing Sue-E. His expression was very serious. Hearing Archmagus Reduca's words, he opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Archmagus Reduca looked at him and let out a soft sigh. He turned to look at Sue-E in the distance and said, "Chairman Sue, we lost." Chapter 1107. The 13 great mages who were also staring at the situation of the magic space were stunned when they heard Archmage Reduca suddenly admit defeat. Their faces dimmed as they lowered their heads and didn't refute. Even if their level of magic couldn't compare to the two archmages, since they were great mages, they had a certain amount of research into magic spaces. With their level, they could easily see that if this mana space was allowed to continue developing, it would form a mana space chain collapse phenomenon that would make all mages pale at the mention of it. Once this happened, it meant that the magic space had become the most violent, dangerous, and uncontrollable situation. When faced with this kind of situation, no matter if you were a normal mage, a great mage, or even an archmage from the legends, there was only one choice, and that was to run far away. The only way to solve this situation was to let this completely collapsed mana space slowly be affected by other stable mana spaces around it, and then slowly return to normal. If Archmage Aphelion had done the same when they were trapped in the magic cage, then according to the current situation, the entire space within the magic cage would have collapsed, and they, who were trapped in the middle by the magic, would definitely have been drawn in as well. No one would have been able to escape. Thinking of this, everyone understood that Sue-E stopping Archmage Aphelion was actually saving their lives. Hearing Archmage Reduca's words, Sue-E didn't make any response. He only quietly looked at Archmage Aphelion, waiting for his reaction. Archmage Reduca and the other 13 great mages could feel Sue-Yi's attitude from this silence, so they all looked at Archmage Aphelion. Everyone knew that if it was a bet, Archmage Aphelion had undoubtedly lost. However, they were now enemies. If Archmage Aphelion didn't accept this bet, then Archmage Reduca and the other 13 great mages would naturally stand on his side. Moreover, after a period of rest, Archmagus Leduca and the other 13 great mages had recovered a bit. They already had the power to fight, so they didn't have to worry about Sue-E. Archmage Aphelion stared at the area where the abnormality was getting more and more serious. It looked like it was about to break through the cuboid area defined by the new flyer guards. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh. Just when everyone thought he would be like Archmagus Leduca and be forced to admit defeat, Archmagus Aphelion pointed at the special mana space and said, "Chairman Sue, if you have a way to restore this mana space to normal, then I'll admit defeat." Everyone was stunned. It looked like Archmage Aphelion had already confirmed his defeat, but he didn't directly admit defeat. Instead, he raised this condition. What was the meaning of this? It had to be known that the collapse of the mana space could be said to be a situation where all mages were helpless. For Archmagus Aphelion to raise this condition at this time, wasn't it clear that he wanted to renege on the bet? Thinking of this, Archmagus Leduca slightly knit his brows. The 13 great mages all focused their minds, ready to make a move at any time. They were very worried that Su-Yi would fly into a rage when he heard Archmagus Aphelion's condition and directly turn hostile. However, when Su-Yi heard this, he was only stunned for a moment before shrugging and revealing a relaxed smile. What's so hard about that? After throwing down these words, Su-Yi flew a bit closer to the abnormal mana space. He raised his hand and extended a finger. If one looked at it with the naked eye, they would see transparent ripples spreading out from Su-Yi's fingertip. It was as if he was poking his finger into a calm water surface. When these ripples spread outwards and came into contact with the abnormal mana space, the originally collapsing mana space actually eased a lot in an instant. As the ripples continued to spread, the huge black ball in the center of the mana space became smaller and smaller. The collapsing mana space also stopped and began to regain its color and stability. It was as if the mana space had been replayed in slow motion. In the end, the mana space returned to normal, and even the black ball disappeared without a trace. The two Archmagi and the 13 great mages were all dumbstruck as they watched everything unfold in front of them. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. The mana space chain collapse was something that couldn't be solved. It was something that all mages considered untouchable, but it was actually resolved so easily by Su-Yi. Archmagus Aphelion stared blankly at the mana space that had returned to normal for a while before releasing his magic to investigate. After confirming that the space was no different from the other spaces, he couldn't help turning his head and looking at Su-Yi with a face full of shock. Chairman Su-Yi opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Everything that happened today was almost beyond the common sense that he was familiar with. First, the new flyer guards clearly didn't have the help of powerful magicians, but they had actually created a perfect magic suppression domain. They had trapped him, Reduca, and the other 13 great mages inside and couldn't escape. Then there were the several dozen magic airships that they almost couldn't resist. Now it was Su-Yi who had resolved the mana space chain collapse with just a wave of his hand. He didn't believe that this was something that the new flyer guards could research, so the source was clearly Su-Yi, the new flyer's chairman. But Su-Yi was clearly someone who hadn't been an Archmagus for long, so why did he have such a shocking understanding of magic? He even had to admit that based on the situation today, Su-Yi's understanding of magic had far surpassed his. After coming to this conclusion in his heart, the expression on Archmagus Aphelion's face became much more dim. He looked at Su-Yi for a while before giving a sigh of deep meaning. He said with a bitter smile, "All right, Chairman Su, I've lost. At the same time, I have to admit that what you said last time was right. Reduca, and I'm afraid that our magic concepts have fallen behind this era." The surrounding 13 great mages were all shocked. Su-Yi actually dared to say this in front of Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca? This was truly shameless boasting. What qualification did he have to say this? This thought only appeared in the minds of the 13 great mages, as if it were a conditioned reflex, but it was instantly suppressed by them. Of course, Su-Yi had the qualifications to say this. This was because the new flyer's performance today had already proven this point. Su-Yi revealed a faint smile. "Then, Your Excellency Aphelion, Your Excellency Reduca, you have to accept your loss. Since the two of you have admitted your loss, please follow our agreement from before and don't interfere in the future disputes between our Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Kandra Empire." Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca looked at each other and nodded. "All right, but Chairman Su, I'm still very curious. What exactly do you want to do?" Archmagus Aphelion looked at Su Yi with a face full of doubt. Although Raduca and I will withdraw according to our agreement and won't interfere in the matters between New Flyer and the Canla Empire, the Canla Empire doesn't only have us two archmages. The Canla Empire's foundation is far deeper than you can imagine. Do you really think that with just your New Flyer and your military magic machines, you can conquer the Canla Empire? The truth is that I can do it. The smile on Su Yi's face was full of confidence. Archmagus Ophalion couldn't help sneering again. Chairman Su, you're a bit too confident. Su Yi shrugged. If I don't even have this bit of confidence, where would I get the courage to go against the entire world? Archmagus Ophalion's eyes widened as he looked at Su Yi up and down. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if it was his first day meeting him. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Chairman Su, you really are a madman beyond my imagination. Many thanks for the compliment. After a short conversation, Archmagus Ophalion and Archmagus Raduca withdrew according to their agreement. The remaining 13 great mages and the rest of the Magus Corps couldn't leave as arrogantly as them. They were all sent by the Canla Empire to deal with the New Flyer Guards invading Marrow City. If they directly retreated like this, they would definitely be held accountable by the military. However, the New Flyer Guards had already displayed strength that far exceeded their standards. Even the two strongest archmages couldn't do anything to them. It could be said that there was no reason for them to stay here. Thus, their situation was very awkward. After the 13 great mages discussed for a while, they could only lead the Magus Corps to meet up with the 50,000 reinforcements sent by the governor of the Southwest Province. They were stationed in a camp about 5 kilometers away from Marrow City, facing off against Marrow City from afar. Thus, a very strange situation formed around Marrow City. Marrow City was currently being occupied by the New Flyer Guards. There were 50,000 Canla Empire soldiers outside the city, as well as a powerful Magus Corps with 13 great mages and over 100 high-level mages. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Marrow City and taking it back from the New Flyer Guards. It was as if they were just here to train. What was even stranger was that the New Flyer Guards in Marrow City didn't seem to put the Canla Empire in their eyes at all. They didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them either. Both sides seemed to be silently waiting for something. Chapter 1108. The Canla Empire's morning court session had never been as quiet as it was today. Ever since the Emperor's personal chamberlain, who was hosting the court meeting, announced that the main topic of this court meeting was how to deal with the situation in Meluo City, the court meeting hall fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, and even the sound of everyone's breathing became much softer. If a needle fell to the ground at this time, they would be able to hear it clearly. The Kandra Emperor had a dark look as he looked over the faces of the ministers, but he found that everyone had their heads down and not a single person had any intention of looking up to speak. After patiently waiting for a while, the situation still didn't change. This made the Kandra Emperor even angrier. He gave a strong snort and said in a cold voice, "Very good. You're not willing to speak? Then I'll call you out. Marshal Sudiman, your army headquarters should be responsible for the situation in Marrow City. Tell me, what plans does your army headquarters have?" Marshal Sudiman, who was standing in front of the ministers, paused before looking up. He took a step forward and respectfully bowed to the Kandra Emperor before replying, "Your Majesty, the army headquarters is still evaluating the situation in Marrow City and don't have any detailed plans for now." "Still in evaluation?" The Kandra Emperor gave a cold laugh. "You might as well just say that you don't have a way." Marshal Sudiman's lips twitched as he revealed a bitter smile that couldn't be seen. He really wanted to say that there was no way, but how could he say this in front of the Emperor? Now that an important city in the Empire had been invaded by foreign enemies, the army headquarters naturally had to take responsibility. However, the reports from the front lines made everyone speechless, and they could even be said to be helpless. Even Marshal Sudiman couldn't think of a better way to solve this problem. The reason was very simple. Even the Archmagi had been defeated. As the strongest battle strength that the Kamla Empire's army headquarters were most proud of, the Archmagi had always been the symbol of the Kamla Empire's military strength, as well as the final trump card that the army headquarters relied on. Under normal circumstances, the Kamla Empire's military did not even need to deploy a force at the level of a magus. They could rely on their own strength to crush the enemy and obtain victory. The reason why Archmage Leduca was invited this time was mostly because the enemy was New Flyer. Because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had 2 Archmagi, which was rarely seen on the continent. So to be safe, the army headquarters had invited Archmagus Reduca. They hoped that they could take back Beauty City as soon as possible and prevent the important cities of the Empire from falling into the hands of foreign enemies. One had to know that this was the first time something like this had happened in the past few decades. Every day that Marrow City remained in New Flyer's hands was another day of humiliation for the Kamla Empire's military. As for Archmagus Ophalion, the military didn't invite him to join them. But since Archmagus Ophalion had taken the initiative to ask to join, the military naturally wouldn't refuse. This was why they had sent out 2 Archmages at the same time and led the elite Magus Legion under the military. It was all for the sake of taking back Marrow City in one fell swoop and without any mistakes. Everyone in the army headquarters thought that since there were 2 Archmagi involved, no matter how strong the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's military magic machines were, with their pitiful guards, they wouldn't be able to stop them and Beautiful City would be easily taken back. Even if New Flyer dared to violate the unwritten rule of the continent's Magi Circle and had their 2 Archmages participate in the invasion of the Kamla Empire, the Kamla Empire wouldn't lose out in the slightest. Moreover, this was actually a good thing for the Kamla Empire. Because New Flyer had taken the initiative to violate this rule, the Kamla Empire could completely ignore this rule and have their 9 Archmages participate in the counterattack against New Flyer. At the same time, the 9 Archmages of the Malar Empire that had privately signed an agreement with the Kamla Empire, as well as the 3 Archmages of the Mana Magic Kingdom, also had an excuse to make a move against New Flyer. Although the Kamla Empire's invasion of the Kingdom of Ruhr had suffered a heavy setback, the Kamla Empire's military still had absolute confidence because they didn't have any Archmages participating. Now, if New Flyer broke this rule and allowed the Archmages of the 2 empires and the Mana Magic Kingdom to make a move, then they would simply be seeking their own death. However, reality exceeded everyone's expectations. The 2 Archmagi had led the elite magician army to fight a single battle in Beauty Gauze City, but they had been defeated. Not to mention taking back Beauty Gauze City from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't even touch Beauty Gauze City. Moreover, if it was only their defeat, then it wouldn't be a big deal because the 2 Archmages of the New Flyer, including President Su Yi, had also made a move. However, according to the report of the 2 Archmages, the New Flyer's 2 Archmages hadn't made a move at all. In fact, New Flyer hadn't even made a move to force the 2 Archmages and 13 Great Mages into a desperate situation. If it wasn't for the New Flyer's President Su Yi making a move to save them, the 2 Archmages, including the 2 Archmages, would have died without a burial ground. This result shocked everyone. 2 Archmages and 13 Great Mages had been forced into a desperate situation without the need for a mage to make a move. It was even possible for them to all die in battle. This went against everyone's common sense. In the traditional view of the signs, mages were the key to determining the outcome of a battle. Whichever side had more and higher quality magicians would have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. This point had been proven countless times in the history of the signs, and no one had ever doubted it. However, the New Flyer had used ironclad facts to shatter this commonly accepted view. Not only could Archmages be defeated, they could even be defeated without the use of mages. This fact instantly caused the Kamla Empire's military to fall into a state of panic. If even the Archmages couldn't do anything to the New Flyer's guards, then what could they do? The Kanla Empire's military had held countless strategic meetings to discuss how to deal with this situation. However, almost everyone had fallen into a state of chaos because the news brought back by the two archmages was too shocking. As a result, these meetings didn't produce any results at all. As the commander of the Empire's military, Marshal Sudirman couldn't do anything about this. He'd personally participated in and commanded no less than 1,000 battles in his life, but this was the first time he'd encountered a situation like this. Even the archmages couldn't be relied on. So how could they fight this battle? Marshal Sudirman, I'll ask you one more time. The high and mighty emperor did not care about the bitterness in Marshal Sudirman's heart at this moment. Seeing that Marshal Sudirman was silent, he was even angrier. He asked coldly again, "Is your military really unable to come up with a solution? If that's the case, then you don't have to be the commander of the military anymore. Get someone else who can come up with a solution." Hearing the emperor's last words, everyone in the court was shocked. They all raised their heads and looked at the emperor and Marshal Sudirman in shock. Marshal Sudirman was known as the military god of the Kanla Empire. He had a high prestige in both the military headquarters and the empire. If he was stripped of his position as commander at this time, it would create a large commotion in the empire. Marshal Sudirman was silent for a bit before giving a sigh. Then he gave a bow to the emperor and sincerely said, "Your Majesty, I don't covet my current position, but at this juncture, I hope that your Majesty can give this old minister a chance. Let me continue to play a role as commander of the military headquarters and continue to deal with this crisis." The Kandra emperor gave a cold snort and leaned back, as his expression softened a bit. For the stability of the Kanla Empire, of course, he couldn't just take away Marshal Sudirman's position as commander. He was just saying this to force Marshal Sudirman. Then tell me, is there really no way to deal with a new flyer? If we don't have a way to deal with them now that they have taken Beauty City, what if they continue to invade the Empire and even invade Wimbledon City? What should we do? Marshal Sudirman was silent for a bit before saying in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, based on the current situation, we have already come to a conclusion. It is to avoid fighting the new flyer guards on the battlefield as much as possible." Hearing this, there was a bit of chaos in the court. The other ministers all looked at each other in surprise, clearly having been scared by Marshal Sudirman's words. The Lord Marshal actually said that they couldn't fight the new flyer guards on the battlefield. What a joke. The Empire had an army of several 100,000 and they had the best equipment and supplies, but the new flyer guards only added up to around 20,000. Even if the new flyer guards had some powerful military magic machines, so what? Could it be that they could fight the Empire's elite army that was countless times bigger than them? But the Kandra Emperor wasn't that surprised as he asked, "If we can't fight them on the battlefield, how can we drive these fellows out of our Empire's territory? Your Majesty, what decides the outcome of a war isn't just the battlefield. There are many other aspects. On the battlefield, the Empire's army is lacking compared to the new flyer guards, but in other aspects, the Empire is countless times stronger than a small new flyer. Of course, to do this, it isn't just the responsibility of our army headquarters." After saying this, Marshal Sudirman turned around and looked over the ministers in the court before his face became incomparably cold. "Your Majesty, in this special time, we have to use some special methods." A chill filled the hearts of the ministers, and they couldn't help looking at the Kandra Emperor. However, His Majesty also glanced at the officials and nodded slightly. "Your words are very reasonable. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.